All right, I think we're connecting here. Let's see. Waiting for it to pop up on YouTube. There it goes. Gotta make sure there's no sound on there. What's happening, guys? Safety Liner C2 here. It has been a long time since I've done a live stream, a long time since I've done some YouTube videos, I guess. Been a little busy, but here we are. Chris, Chance, Trackside, how are y'all? Great to see ya. Ben, glad to have you here. We're just gonna talk school buses. I've got some stuff to show y'all. Y'all can show me some stuff, just as we've always done in these live streams. I'm messing stuff up here. And then hopefully we'll get some more people here at some point, but hi Nishan. You know, I just gotta do something, and I've been thinking for a while, man. I need to do something with YouTube, and now I got some time to do this. So glad to have you here, buddy. Always a pleasure to have you here. So Dante, I've been great. Hopefully you have been as well. So let's see. I'm almost forgetting how to do this. Like, I spent the last half an hour setting everything up. But yeah. Change hats though. I feel like it's necessary. Well, I just chose this hat because it's blue and I'm wearing blue. But R.I.P. Lion. So, my favorite bus, C2. That's as an enthusiast. If you ask me as a driver, or you want something other than a C2, then I have different answers depending on the day, I suppose. So hold on. See if I can do this. We'll start off looking at some stuff. I got a couple things pulled up that y'all might be interested in seeing, or maybe you have already seen. And of course, let me also just throw this out there. If you guys have anything that you want to stupid, Nishan. Stupid. If you guys have anything you want me to show off, put it in the video request form. That should be in the description. If not, then just let me know. But let's see. Where were we? Chris, I see that Prior Lake, Minnesota just got some brand new 3rd Gen CEs. Nice. I know that there's some districts around here that have also gotten 3rd Gen CEs, and I think more so up in Phoenix, but yeah. My favorite bus is a Gillig Low Floor City Bus CNG. That's an interesting choice. I couldn't tell you anything about city buses, although if I did have to pick a city bus, it would probably be a Gillig. And yeah, so. See, my favorite school bus is a 2008 Chevy Thomas Handy school bus. Great choice, those Minnow Tours. My second favorite bus is a C35LF New Flyer bus. Yeah, I don't know anything about New Flyers. Let's see, my district has gotten some 2026 Evolved C2s. Haven't seen any of the Evolved C2s yet, and I don't think we're getting any in the area anytime soon. What do I think the ugliest Type D is? That's a good question. I feel like my go-to answer would be some sort of Crown FE. What was it? The Counselor, I think. That's just the one that immediately pops into my head. Yeah, I think that would probably be the answer. My favorite bus is the one I ain't got to try. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, indeed. My school district has gotten 2025 C2s. So our district, we have gotten some new Visions, and they're really nice. So, okay, show you all this. 96 Thomas 3800 DT466 New York spec. This is like a classic New York City school bus right here. So it's not full passenger. You can see we got the New York style school bus sign. We've got the exterior PA system, LED lights on the back, backup camera. This is a really nice bus, and I'm surprised that they're just now selling this. Let's see. Yeah, just starting off things. And then we've got another one that seems more typical New York school bus to me. Got the white roof. We've got like little stickers right here with smiley faces on it. It says air conditioned on the top. Like this is just, I don't know. This is what I think of New York school bus, New York City school bus. We got the cowl mounted turn signals. You can see the AC unit down there. Let's see. Oops. Love high headroom on Thomas's. All buses with high headroom are appreciated, of course. Copying the Corvette logo. Yeah, maybe a little bit. But again, you can see not like a completely full-sized bus here, but classic Thomas 3800. Notice we have like almost Ward style warning light visors back there. Again, LED on the back. Oh, you got some new Visions too? Yeah, I really like the new Visions. They're pretty nice. I haven't driven one out on a route yet, but I've driven some around our yard, and they're, like I said, top notch. So, you can see we got the 2 AC units, side emergency door. Got a backup camera right there. We got the wig-wag system, of course. Wouldn't be New York without a wig-wag. And the DT466 engine powering this beautiful bus. So, can be yours for only $6,000 on eBay. So, if anyone's interested. And then Adam sent me this earlier. This is crazy. This is a Bluebird Vision, and we're gonna have to look up this VIN here in a little bit. Let's see. Where's Noah? No one knows I'm live right. Well, y'all know I'm live right now, but no, I didn't tell anyone. I just, yeah. But, I talked to Adam, who talked to Noah last night, and then there were like, we've talked but haven't talked. Yeah, so I'm sure he'll pop in here at some point. But anyways, Adam sent me this. We're gonna have to look up the body number on this because this one's really interesting. This is a 2010 Vision. So this is also down in Mexico. So just fairly standard Vision, full-size bus, I believe. But then you see the hood's open right here. They swapped this bus out, or they swapped the engine out and put a DT466 in a Vision. And you can very clearly see that that is a DT466. Yeah, so that's why I said, got to figure out where this bus came from. So plug it into Bluebird Vantage. And, yeah, so I haven't done any of this, so let's see, Vantage. Oops, Bluebird Vantage. See where this came from. So we have got LCB 1090608162701. Alright, and this bus came from West Shore School District, of course, 2010. L408557, L40, yeah, I guess that's an 8567 or 557, but yeah, originally a Cummins out of Pennsylvania, West Shore School District, and there's that, built on June 9th, 2009. Yeah, how's a bus driver job going? It's going pretty good. I am doing dispatching this coming up year, so I'm pretty excited about that. Yeah, been driving, keeping busy, staying on trips, and driven pretty much all the types of buses we have in the yard. So, yeah. The heck, is it a Vision or an International? I know, that's like, you never see those. So, yeah, there's that. And next up, this is the last thing I got. It's like a second gen SBCV, almost. Yeah, so we're in Odessa, Texas, and check this out. Check this equipment bus out that this district did here. They took the entire back off, put like 2 doors on it, changed the stoplights and everything, or the tail lights. This is just, I've never seen this before. It looks to be an old, it's definitely a Thomas. I'm going to assume International. And this is June 2013. So, yeah, I thought that one was really, really odd. Let's see. Ector County ISD. So, some gas visions right here from last year. And just a bunch of gas visions. There's a couple CEs down here. Or maybe not all gas visions, but visions for sure. So, and a C2 down there. We here in Delaware, all our school buses are Thomas, C2s, and we have International, a new 2025 CNG and low sulfur fuel Bluebirds. I drive a CNG Vision. Great bus. The CNG, it's kind of a pain because I have to go and fill my bus up every single day. And we don't have a dedicated CNG fuel spot in our yard. And you can only go about, I was only comfortable going about 200 miles on a full tank. I could probably push a little bit more than that. Maybe 230 at most. So that's kind of the thing with CNGs. Like they're great, they're nice, but not the gas mileage. that's for sure. Let's see. Man, I got to go to a bus lot in person at the end of the school year to watch everybody come back from their routes. That's super cool. I'm glad you got to do that. Looks like the back of one of those commercial shuttle buses. Yeah, exactly. It's like an airport shuttle, is what I was thinking too. In my view, the international buses are ugly. Well, that's a choice. I grew up riding internationals, specifically the CEs, but also 3800s. So I really like them. I wish I would have gotten to drive more 3800s. Well, my district never had any 3800s, so there wouldn't have been any 3800s to drive in the first place. But I wish like I was around and as a driver to have 3800s like in a place that did have it. So we're getting in 2026 electric Bluebird Visions. Nice. I've been seeing a lot of electric T3s on the highway going to LAUSD. So I saw one where Bluebird 3800 was transformed into a race car transporter. They took the rear and put a trailer door on the back and transported a Ford Mustang so the car sits higher up. Interesting. I've seen a couple of those conversions as well. It's like, man, that's a lot of time and money. And then at what point is it cheaper to just buy a dedicated trailer or something instead of converting a school bus? So, what's the worst bus I've driven besides the HDX? Yeah, the HDX. Out of the modern buses, the HDX is just, I can't stand it. When my bus was due for service, I think this was like back in February, I put my bus in for service, just, regular maintenance. And I went in and I'm like, hey, I need a bus for this afternoon. And they're like, okay, what bus do you want? And I specifically chose an HDX because it had been over a year since I'd driven one, because I just don't want to drive on it. I'm like, okay, I'm going to take an HDX and I'm going to give it a second chance. And as soon as I got in and put my stuff down, I'm like, man, I made a wrong choice. I don't want to drive this bus. I don't like it. So, but yeah, I've driven more HDXs since then. Been in a couple different variations of our HDXs, and I still really don't care for them. But aside from the HDXs, out of what we have, I'm probably gonna have to go with the CEs with Max Force 7s. I don't like the engine. It's not powerful at all. It really takes its time to get up and go. It's just, I don't care for it. Not responsive. It doesn't drive as well as the Cummins CEs or the gas CEs that we have. So that's probably what I would also not choose. So let's see. We'll look up this address that gave me. We have some dedicated CNG fueling stations. All the districts use the same one. That must be nice, I wish. Let's see, you can come drive the first in. Sure. Let's see. I want to follow my dream driving school bus, but here in my area, I got to do class and I think 50 hours of training. I mean, that's just going to be anywhere you go, you're going to have to train. And driving a school bus is not just something you can just jump in and do unless you have experience driving other large vehicles. So definitely do it. It's a lot of fun. I know Nishan can tell you the same. I'm very happy that I'm driving. So let's see. Gene, one of our districts have Bluebirds buses with engines in the back. Yeah. So the T3Rs, I've driven our T3Rs a couple times, and they're nice buses. They're really nice buses. I wish that I could be in a T3RE full time. Let's see. Our HDXs were all retired due to engine smoking, and they rode too slow. They had air suspension and broke, so the buses bounced too much. Had a Mercedes-Benz, but smoking is what caused them to go. Man, that's too bad. But it sounds about right. Max Force 7's gonna. Hey, Max Force 7 T444E. Max Force DT and DT466 are far superior. Let's see. I'm hoping to get some more pictures around my bus yard this year. Hopefully some of the new CEs. Oh, hey. Let's see. Yes, Nishan, I knew what would happen whenever I said that. So, let's see. And I go 23. How are you, buddy? Good to see you. Glad to have you in here. So we're in Saskatchewan. Some Corbeys. My district had Corbey 3800s in America. That doesn't sound right. I've never heard of any district in the U.S. have a 3800 because I don't think that they were up to standards. But yeah, lots of 3800s, lots of Corbey 3800s here. I mean, obviously, Saskatchewan and first student Canada, so what else would you expect? So, we got the all red warning lights. Let's see, got some CEs. Let's see, what else do we have back here? Corbeys, got a Bluebird right here. Lots of Bluebirds here. Lots of Bluebirds. So are they all 3800s? They are all 3800s. Let's see. Just chilling right now. Moved out of Magnolia, so I don't get to screw around there anymore. Yeah. I remember you mentioning it at some point. I must have seen you in another live stream or something, but I remember you saying that you weren't going to be around in Magnolia anymore. So I still want to go back to the Houston area and just, get some bus pictures and stuff. But let's see, we got some C2s here. Again, Red warning lights, September 2016. Let's see, we actually had an HDX catch on fire on a run. Ooh, was it 2004 with a C7 due to leaking oil and diesel fuel leaked. Yeah, that's no bueno right there. That's rough. I could not imagine driving the bus and then it catches on fire. Nope, no thanks. No thank you. Let's see. Saskatchewan was also the home of the majority of Corbe Ford B700s and 800s. We'll have to find some. Let's see, here in Delaware, we're required to have yellow and red and stop arms and video cameras on the side of the bus to record drivers not stopping for the lights. Yeah, so there was one province in Canada that required the red warning lights, or maybe there were two, I don't remember, up until more recently, and then they switched over to the amber and red lights, just like how we have. Let's see if we go further down the road. Okay, let's see what we can find here. Go further down the road. Here it is. Down here. Plenty of buses. Let's start over here with these three. CT. Dealership. That makes sense. Yep, there we go. So, yellow and red. Yellow and red. Andy, glad to have you here. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see. Yeah, I saw that. I saw the lot back here. I just wanted to see those three buses before I forgot about it. So, all right, let's see back here. There's some buses, but we should have First Student Canada again. We have an EF right here. We got a middle wheelchair lift. So there's that. Let's see, that looks to be another Corbe, another EF, some more CEs. Let's get a better look at one of these EFs here. So we've got some of these older styles and then one of the updated ones as well. Let's see, and then yeah, there's some more EFs down here. We'll take a look at this other side here. CEs. Yeah, pretty typical of First Student Canada. This is a pretty typical lot right here, so nothing too crazy. Blueberry Welds, welcome. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see. What's my take on Thomas Minnow tours? I don't really have experience driving any Type A, actually. So I can't really speak as a driver. But, yeah, they work. They're fine. All good with me. I should visit the old Corbe factory. I don't have the address. If you do, then send it to me and we can take a look. Yeah. I drive out of the other lot you showed for First Student. We only have C2s and CEs. I drive a 2023 C2. Nice. Let's see. So I recently saw an FS65 with black window posts and tinted windows. It is still in service and a good looking bus. That sounds beautiful. I think that Gwinnett County in Georgia, they had some that were like tinted windows, black window posts, but then they also had the black wrap around the back, kind of like the old Clark County buses. I don't think it was a Thomas FS65 though. Like I don't remember what it was, but I have a feeling it was some sort of FS65, and it looked sharp. I want to say I did a video on that at some point. But which buses are more expensive, Thomas International or Bluebirds? I mean, it just kind of depends on how you spec it. I know base spec, I'm pretty sure International is the most expensive, then Thomas, then Bluebird, I think. But again, it just depends on how you spec a bus. So JH buses, yeah, it has been forever. I'm here now, so glad to be back doing this, and we'll spend a couple hours here taking a look and talking about school buses. So let's see. Oh, that was pretty quick to pull up the address. What do you think is going to happen with the Minotaur since they redesigned the EFX and HDX? Yeah, that really is the question that's going around. I would not be surprised if they did something like the Minotrek, where they did redesign the body. Let me see, let me pull up the Minotrek actually. Let's see. What was it? Trans Tech Mino Trek. Let's see if I can find it here. Oh, perfect. We got the oh, well, I found the PDF file that Thomas put out, but it doesn't have a picture of the bus. Let me find a picture of the bus. There we go. Come on. I would not be surprised if they did end up doing something like this. However, part of the main reason Thomas consolidated everything was to make things cheaper, to have more parts available, you know, and to overall make it a little bit cheaper. So the thing with the Minotaur is you would have to scale that down significantly because obviously the C2 body is much bigger than the Minotaur body. So that's the main thing that I think is going to hold Thomas back for at least a little bit longer for redesigning the Minotaur. But yeah. So school out or not for you? I know I've been driving a 2018 Vision. How's my bus doing? Okay, yes, school is out for me. My bus, so the bus I was in my first year of driving, that's the last time I've really talked about my bus. That bus started having problems towards the end of the year. This is going to be a story time, so get comfy. That bus started having problems towards the end of the year. And then they fixed it over the summer. And then I come back. We do our practice routes. Bus is fine. The first day of school, check engine light comes on. So I bring it over to the mechanics, and it had the same problem. They plugged it in, but they weren't able to get a reading on it. And they said, okay, don't worry about it. Just run the bus. If anything happens, you know, bring it back over. So bus is fine the rest of the day. Second day of school, that's all good. Third day of school, I'm doing my pre-trip, and I turn on the bus, and it starts idling really, really rough. So I'm like, that doesn't sound right. So I drive it over to the garage, and it's like not accelerating right and not driving right. And I'm like, okay. So they're like, okay, well, your bus is going to be down. I'm like, okay. So I go inside and I get a spare bus, and it's an old CE with a max force, Sean. And the bus doesn't start. So, okay, so now I gotta have the mechanics jump the bus. And at this point, I'm already late for my route, of course, as one does. So the mechanic comes over, the same guy who downed my bus. And let me also preface this by saying this bus was dirty inside. Like, there was that much dirt on the seats. It had not been used. It had not been cleaned out in a while. So he comes over and hooks up the batteries, and he comes in to start the bus. He takes one look around, and he's like, no, you're not going to drive this bus. Like, let's put you in the other CNG Vision. And that bus, the other one he had been talking about, had been down for months because it was apparently a problem with the frame. I think either the frame or the axle. It was something that was down for like it was down for a while. So they put me in the other 2018 CNG Vision, and I start driving that. And I start driving that for days. Days turn into weeks. Weeks turn into months. Because Bluebird had no idea what was wrong with my bus. So every time I'd bring my bus over for like a headlight change or just maintenance, I'd always check in with the mechanics in the middle. And nope, no one knows what's going on with that bus. So I ended up driving that for 6 months. Not for 6 months, for 4 months. And then come January, my bus is at the end of the line. Like, it's back in line with the other buses. And I'm like, oh, that's great. My bus is back. But there's no inspection sticker on it. Of course. So I continue driving my bus, or I continue driving this other bus. What's the point of the story? He asked how my bus is doing. So I'm telling him how my bus is doing. So I continue driving this other bus. And at the same time, I hear rumors that the driver who had my bus before me came back. And she wants her bus back. Because, oh, she loves her bus a lot. So I'm hearing these rumors. They finally get my bus inspected. And I get called into the TD's office. And the TD's like, hey, so I know you've been driving this bus for a while and that this bus is now back. The driver who had it before you is also back and wants her bus back. And I'm like, you know what? She can have that one. Because at this point, I had put more miles on this other bus. I had spent more time in this other bus than I ever did. All of my stuff was already set up. And like half of my paperwork said I was in this bus, half of it said I was in this other bus. So I'm just like, just switch me over completely. So I ended up driving that for the rest of the year. And yeah, so now that was my bus. And then more recently, I ended up getting a dispatching job in our office. So I think I'm going to have to give up that bus, which, you know, I really don't want to because I really, really like it. But it's just, I'm going to be driving part of the time too, and it's just, a CNG is just not a good daily driver. Like it is a good daily driver for someone who's driving it on a route, but as a sub driver, which is now what I'm going to partially do, it's just not a good bus. So I'm going to have to switch over to a diesel or a gas, and I'm still trying to figure out what bus I'm going to take. So yes, that's the story. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Had to go on a little rant there, I suppose. Let's see, where was I? Are there still around around the original Thomas bus? I don't know what you mean. Cassette, I think the factory was possibly rebranded. Couple hours. I don't know how long we're going, buddy. Let's see. All of the modern Thomas products lost what made them unique in the first place. Now they're just like the C2, FE, and RE. I mean, if you want to be technical, the C2 is unique. If I were to spec a bus, I would go with a white roof, black window post, black grille, full LED, and dual stop sign. Aluminum mirror brackets and wheels, strobing LED warning lights. That's nice. That's really nice. Would I ever drive a C2 on a route, not a Julie, but a diesel? Yeah, I would. The bus I was driving, it went down for, I think, like 2.5 weeks because one of the air tanks started leaking. So when they told me, oh yeah, your bus is going to be down for a little bit, I asked if I could be put in a C2 because it'd be a little more long term. And I didn't want to be put in one of the old CEs, and we have some C2s as spares. So I'm like, hey, could you maybe put me on one of those. So I ended up driving a C2 on a route for about a month, kind of on and off. That was usually the spare bus that I took, is one of the C2s. So yeah, I would drive a C2, but I gotta say, as a driver, I prefer my Vision. So let's see. I mean, Thomas buses before they were safety liners. Oh, like if those bodies are still around, like on routes, if that's what you mean, then yeah, there's still EFXs, EFs, HDXs, still some FS65. I saw an FS65 a couple months ago doing a route, so yeah, that's they're still around. They're just gonna be phased out at some point, but it's unfortunate. Let's see. Our 2011 EFs except two were retired for T3s last school year. Either way, they were really rusty. Hey, those T3s, I assume they're T3 FEs since they replaced EFs. I don't have experience with T3 FEs, but I do have experience with T3 REs, and those are nice buses. Those are really, really nice. You want to drive a first-gen IC? Yeah, I've driven, the only one I've driven is 50 Noah's bus, and it was pretty nice. I liked it. I can see why that is his favorite bus. I would not hate being put on one of those as a route bus. I rode an International CE for a year, so I mean, essentially the same thing. And I remember liking it. So, what do I think about 1712 from Double A? Hey, that's a good bus right there. Double A had some amazing buses, but that's what happens when you have an enthusiast owning a company or as a TD. So, North Carolina has some FS65 rolling around. Yeah, North Carolina, New York wouldn't surprise me. I'm willing to bet Florida has some as spares. Where else would have some? Maybe California. I know Houston ISD had a ton of FS65s as route buses, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're still there too. Let's see. Hi, Bus 3. Glad to have you here. They are T3 FEs. Also got rid of a majority of the 2008 A3 FEs. We lost our last C7 that school year. Well, that's too bad. Let's see. Still have some 2012 EFs running sub-routes, which still surprises me. Yeah, you know, I wrote a 2013 CE when it was brand new, and now they're spares, or I assume that's a spare by now. I remember I had gone back to Sci-Fair ISD years ago, and I saw one of my buses that I was riding like as a spare. I'm like, man, that's really weird. Seeing like a bus that I rode fairly new as a spare. So we'll take a look in here real quick. Check this out. Almost Minnesota style with the black fenders, black grille. Looks really good. Let's see. Where am I in the chat? Some of our Bluebirds are air conditioned now. It costs a lot, but it's worth it. Yeah, AC is like an absolute necessity. We have AC on our buses, and they're, yeah, I'm glad we do. Let's see. Got a third gen CE. Notice incandescent warning lights on there. Incandescent dual stop signs. AC down there. Under storage. It's a nice bus. Let's see. FS65s are retired and all of them are special needs. Let's see. That's what happens when you get old. I know, Nishan. You and me both know, buddy. You and me both know. Some more third gen CEs. Bus 101 and 102 were 2005 Vision Shorties with Cat C7s. A lot of our buses are the cheap ones. Our district buys cheap. That's unfortunate. Personally, I think it should be law that all buses have AC nationwide. Yeah, I mean, you think that they would. I know that it's an extra added cost for manufacturers to put in AC, but it's essential. The buses get hot. Like, They really do. Let's see. Young and energized. Okay. Okay, whatever you say, friend. Whatever you say. And if you guys, I'll throw this out again. If you guys have anything you want me to show off, video request form is in the description of this, and we'll check it out. So, let's see. Especially yellow roof buses, they get much hotter. Yeah, I mean, yellow roofs were designed to be kind of up north so that they could trap, or so that they could attract more heat. In places that get cooler. So, yeah, it makes sense that this bus right here, do we have a year on it? Nope. But this gas-powered Vision should have AC on it, even though it has yellow roof. Also, yellow roofs look ridiculous on most buses. There are places that AC will get frozen. That's also a good point. But at that point, that's whenever you just shut the unit off during the cold months, or drain the Freon. I don't know. I'm no mechanic, but why not all-wheel drive buses? There are a couple. You can find them here and there. Those go in more mountainous terrains, obviously. So, Pennsylvania does not require dual stop arms, but our district has dual stop arms, and their strobing LED warning lights, though, are incandescent. You know, that's one of the things I really like about Pennsylvania, is that they have a lot of contractors out there, so that they can, you can see anything out in Pennsylvania in terms of specs. They're really loose about it. Yeah. Some Bluebird buses have a white streak. I've also seen silver hubs on a few Bluebird buses. So you can notice we have fog lights down here. That would, you know what? Let me put fog lights on my Vision, like, because that would help out every now and then. That'd be really nice. I also see an FS65 here, and I know we were talking about these earlier. Crown 3800s. 3800. Red rub rails, red grille. Bluebird FS65. Atom. Some of our buses have LED red and yellow warning lights. Nice. Thomas FS65. I mean, these Thomas FS65s are just classic New York. Again, like I was saying with those 3800s. And while I prefer black rub rails, there's something about a white roof, yellow rub rails. Ignore this red one, pretend it's yellow and has a yellow grille, and yellow warning light covers with that style of New York sign. I don't know. It just kind of works. But that's just me. Let's say our district does not use contractors, rather they own and maintain their own buses. Interesting. It's kind of unusual for Pennsylvania. A lot of districts there are contractors, but I think Philadelphia owns their own buses. That's the only one that comes to mind. They also have a really interesting lot. I know I've shown that one off before, but it's like an old warehouse, like an old brick warehouse, and they park their buses in there. Or at least the last time I was aware, they did. So a New York spec Pennsylvania bus, yellow rub rails, yellow around the warning lights, dual stop signs, and a side emergency door. Yep. New York right there. My bus 1719, the 2017 C2, I got to drive it around the bus line. Nice. Yeah, C2s are I like driving them. The problem I have with the C2s, and this is me as a driver saying this, but it's just that freaking blind spot is just massive. It's too big, and I always felt like I was looking around just to see out my my left side over there. Hey, welcome to the live stream. If you have anything you want to show me or talk about, either throw it in the chat or put it in the video request form, which is in the description of this. Let's see. All of our districts in Delaware use contractors except one. Yeah, a lot of districts in the New England area just use contractors, and that's fine. Just not First Student or not Durham. Those aren't fine, but I'm okay with like small contractors. So our district is in the Pittsburgh area, North Allegheny School. Okay, yes, I have heard of North Allegheny. So EFX2. I think that the EFX2 looks more natural on the C2 body than the HDX does. I also think that most everyone's saying, oh, the HDX2 is terrible and I hate it so much. A year from now, they're going to be fine with it, which is exactly what happened with the 3rd gen CE. It just takes a little bit of time of getting used to, because while it is something different than what we've been used to, it's also not completely different, because it's just a C2 and an HDX put together. So it's not like they've designed something completely new. It's just a little different. I really enjoyed that bus had Cummins and 3 AC units. I know it sounded weird for a Type C, but they put a 3rd unit from an HDX. I think our C2s also had 3 AC units. We had, yeah, they had the front, middle, and back units. My kids always liked the C2s because the air worked so much better in there than it ever did in my bus. So, yeah, the blind spot's awful. Like, there are things I like about the C2. There's things I dislike about the C2, but that also goes for the Vision and the CE. But that blind spot is just the worst blind spot, and you really think that they would have, done something with it. But, nope. But, got a little used to it, although, again, like I said, I don't drive C2s every day, so. Let's see, they've only got 2 CEs, though, 2015s with 260 horsepower Cummins. Nice. Seeing buses with red grills looks hideous, honestly. I mean, yeah, it's a choice. But I think there's somewhere in here there were also some Haverstraw buses with green grills, blue grills. I want to say I've seen one district with purple on it. It's weird. No, that's not a Haverstraw. Let's see. I got used to it. The tail swing is really tough. Yeah, that's just a thing to keep in mind on all buses. But once you start driving, you just get used to it. So, you just know how big your bus is, and I think that's probably one of the hardest thing about jumping from bus to bus, especially if you're jumping from a Type C to a Type D, is knowing your tail swing and knowing when to turn. Oh, I was about to say, I didn't think this bus had any, what am I looking for? This stop sign didn't have any lights on it. So, excuse me for a second. Let's see. Let's see. Since we have a local Bluebird dealer, you see more Visions than any others. Yeah, we have a lot of Bluebirds down here. A lot of Bluebirds in the area, so I've gotten used to it. It's kind of weird. Coming from Houston, we had a lot of ICs, and then coming out here, there weren't a lot of ICs, but there were a lot of Bluebirds, and we didn't have a lot of Bluebirds there. So, let's see. What's my favorite version of the Thomas FS65? The one that drives, I guess. I don't know. I mean, if you're looking for just specs, I don't know. It's kind of hard to spec a bad-looking FS65. So, Connor, welcome. Glad to have you here, sir. It has been a long time. I figured I would do something since it has been a while. Let's see, the thing about the EFX2 is having the same rear end as the C2. It makes me think what bus it actually is without looking at the front of the bus. I know, that's the thing. That's gonna really suck. Because we've been able to decipher all of these buses for so long, but now they're all, now you can tell everything, like, all the Bluebirds are the same, all the Thomases are the same, all the one IC products, all the whatever IC is the same. Yeah. Bus 93, I am doing very well. Thank you for asking. I hope you are doing well. I hope you're doing well as well. I'm going crazy. Our CEs are 82 and 77. Formerly 2000 Bluebird mini birds with a 5.7. Wish we could have blue rubber rails. Like I said, there are blue rubber rails out there. That's going to be a pretty specific New York thing. They are usually the ones who have odd colors. But, yeah, blue rubber rails. Here's green rubber rails right here. So, I haven't talked about Pegasus in a while. Yeah, well, Pegasus is no longer in business. Adam actually sent me a link. I'm going to have to find this real quick. He sent me a link to a incomplete Pegasus bus. Let's see if I can send it over to my computer without having to. But yeah, it's very clearly a Pegasus that was just not complete. But yeah, Pegasus, it's hard trying to break into a new industry like this, especially with redesigning something that's never been done before. So when you had chassis like the Zeus, or what was the other one that they had? The Via, it's going to be hard. So had they stuck to just normal Type A's on like Ford or Chevy and then broke into trying to do kind of odd electric buses. The Peterbilt, that's what else they had. I knew I was missing one other one. But yeah, so that's why I haven't really talked about Pegasus. It's because they're gone. So Pegasus is going to be one of those weird little side notes in bus history. Makes more sense for grills to be green to indicate a bus is propane or not. I mean, this isn't a Haverstraw bus, but I think they just did that for visibility. But that's kind of something that you would do with the logo, in my opinion. So, Bluebird has their logo green if it's CNG. So, yes, green is also propane. However, you could also get black as CNG. And the only reason I know that is because my bus is a CNG and it has a black logo on it. Black Bluebird logo on it. Let's see. Our version of the FS65 is 97 to 04 or 04 to 07. Oh, my dog's at the door. She's sniffing under there. Let's see. I've probably seen more 97 to 04 FS65s. Let's see. I see everyone commenting. I'm trying to get through these. What do I think about the Evolved C2? What's my opinion? How would I spec a C2? Evolved C2 was a necessary change. I have not seen one in person, but changing the headlights to LED, great. The grille looks a little more natural. And then, while I don't have any experience on the inside, Adam said that those Freightliner interiors, those updated Freightliner interiors on the trucks are fantastic. So, what's my opinion on the 3rd Gen CE? I'm perfectly okay with it. Let's see. Do I think there should be seatbelts in buses? I think there's a fine line of when they should be used and when they should not be used. I think they don't need to be for all kids, but for smaller kids, yes, you should have a seatbelt on, even though school buses are statistically the safest vehicle on the road. And I understand arguments for and against seatbelts. We have seatbelts, so that's something that I've gotten more used to. And yeah, so it just depends. If I were a bus, what would I be? Probably a C2. I don't know. We actually got a Vision diesel handy bus replacing a 54 passenger 2010 Vision diesel with 224,000 miles. Wow, that's a lot. Let's see, our local bus company, Montauk, has been ordering our buses with green text. It was originally just for the 50th year anniversary, but they kept ordering them. Hey, that's good. I've heard of LMB production. I think it's LMD Productions, but yeah, I have heard of him. I've never talked to him, but yeah, I've watched a couple of his videos, and yeah. Let's see. You know what I think Thomas could do with the HDX2, just like what they did with the C2, is offer extended bodies to give you, as a driver, more space to put your backpacks. I do agree with you on no space. That's like a big problem I had with the HDX, is that I had nowhere to put my stuff. Like, I have a backpack, it's sitting over here, I'm not going to go get it, but I have a backpack that I always carry all my stuff with, or all of my stuff in, and I never had anywhere to put it, so I'd have to throw it, you know, in a seat, and I'd rather just have it behind me. But let's see, has Peterbilt even ever made a school bus before? Yeah, well, not technically, but yes. Peterbilt was going to pair up with Pegasus and make a bus. Let's look at that. We haven't looked at that yet. Let's see, Pegasus. That's something I wish they would have gone with, because it's different. The Pegasus Atlas, that's what it was called. Oops, hold on. All right, we'll go over here. Wow, you can't see those at all. That's a terrible picture, but yeah. Did I hear with all the issues going on with Line? Yeah, Lines. That's also partially part of the reason I picked this hat out, is because it's like, well, you know, we'll see what Line's doing. But yeah, Lines, I don't think it's going to be around much longer. What do I think about Sturdy Corp, the predecessor name to US Bus? I don't really have any experience with US buses or Sturdy Corp for that matter, but I've heard that they just weren't good buses. They were kind of cheaply made. Iris, hello. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What's it like driving a Vision? A lot of people think that positions are too crap, or I should say crappy buses. You know, like I said, I think that each bus being the CE, the C2, and the Vision has pros and cons. And there are things that I very much dislike about my Vision that I wish they would change. But I've been driving it, you know, I drove one for quite a while, and I've gotten used to it. I think that the control panel is the best setup. I kind of like the two-tiered system. I always keep a little notebook, that I can write license plates down on if someone runs my stop sign, or like if someone loses, you know, whatever, a pencil, I don't know, you know, I can kind of shove it up there. But like on the C2, you know, I don't have anywhere to put that. Or on the CE, I don't like the angled dash. Some people, I was just talking with Adam about this last night. Some people say that the Vision, you don't see as much in it as the other buses, because the windshields just aren't as big, and they aren't as big as in a CE or a C2. But to that I say, 97% of the time, I don't need to look up at what's above me. I need to look down. So, and the other thing I was telling him is that I like the amount of space that there is because we don't get a lot of cloud coverage out here. So, whenever I'm driving a CE or a C2, I have to use those sun visors, and those sun visors don't do anything. I like the vision. So, imagine if buses ran on LNG for an option. Yeah. Did I know that Virginia now requires full indicators of fuel indicators and full LEDs except for the headlight? No, I did not know that. What do you think will happen to the Minnow Tour when it's going to get redesigned? What do you think it's going to look like? We were just talking about that not too long ago. Right here. I won't touch on it too long, but I think if it is going to get redesigned, that's what it's going to look like. This is the Transtech Minnow Trek that never made it into production, but quite a while back. Let's see, you're headed to Sultan in a few days. I'm going to show you one of the weirdest C2s out there. Ooh, I can't wait to see it. Can't wait to see it. Let's see, where am I? Cumberland just got its first Type C since the 90s. It's a Thomas C2 handy, full LED, and our first full LED EFX this year. Nice. I mean, other than Pegasus. Oh, I think we were talking about the Peterbilts. No, Peterbilt never made another school bus other than that. Kenworth made buses way back when, but that's different. I've seen a few drivers put their backpacks on the dash along their side. Nope, I wouldn't do that. Would I ever do a video just like Adam where he showed his route bus? Would you ever show your route bus, and would I ever get a StarCraft Dodge? Yeah, I would get a StarCraft Dodge just so we can do some experiments with it and show it off. As far as showing off my bus, probably not, just because I value my privacy in that sense. But yeah, so simple as that. Has Autocar ever made a school bus? No, you think that they would. Like, I've seen so many other manufacturer or other chassis be used on garbage trucks. I think that's Autocar specific to garbage trucks, but also like American LaFrance for fire trucks or something like that. That should be like, hey, maybe branch out and try this on a school bus. Like, I think that would be so cool. But they're not gonna. See, I don't fit in the current Vision. I'm too short and the steering wheel is too big. Yeah, that's part of the problem with the Visions, is it's like not really a one-size-fits-all bus. And that did take getting used to after being in a CE. I think I told you this, but like, I remember the first day I was in a Vision, the first day I drove my bus, after coming from a CE, those pedals were so far back, and I was looking around for the adjustable pedal switch, and there was none, which is something that we have in our new Visions. I guess that they learned their lesson with that one. But yeah, it's just, it was hard to get used to. I know you didn't like it when the back, let's see. I know you first didn't like it, bus. What do you think of the Ohio Red Stop? I don't really care for stop on the back of any bus, but I would rather the black than the red. Do I think Noah or Adam would come into this? I think Adam's working right now. Noah maybe, but haven't seen him. I remember back in the 70s, Chrysler made school buses chassis, but not sure who made the bodies. I don't think I've ever heard of a Chrysler school bus. Or Dodge. Yeah, I guess Dodge would be Chrysler. They had Thomas, Bluebird, Ward, Wayne. I don't know if Superior ever had Dodges or not. And I don't think I mentioned Carpenter, but Let's see, the thing about Visions is that split between the windshield. Bluebird has been doing that since the 1960s. Thomas and IC stopped putting in those splits. C2 never had it, and the C2, or the IC stopped after '04. Yeah, I mean, that, I see why people don't care for it. It's something I got used to because it's, in honesty, it's that big, so. Have I gotten to drive a 3rd gen CE yet? No, I have not. We had a 3rd gen CE in our yard, and I only noticed it as I was pulling out of the yard to do my afternoon route. The way that they had it parked, it just looked like another 2nd gen CE, and I didn't realize that it was a demo bus. So no, I have not driven one, but that is something I would like to eventually, because I think that it takes, from what I've seen and from what I've heard, it takes the best of the C2, the CE, and the Vision and combines it into one bus. So I don't know. I do like the smaller windshield on a Vision lets in less sunlight, just like how the 1st gen CE is. Exactly, yeah. And like I said, we don't get a lot of cloud coverage out here, so that's very, very essential out here. C2s are very rare for me to see. Let's see, our local county in Maryland uses Eldorado buses with Freightliner chassis. Little bus production, welcome, welcome. Our 23 is a run-of-the-mill D3RE, but Sultan's 23 is a 2020 C2 shorty with 3 roof hatches, which is why it's called excessive safety. Yeah. I think 3 might be a little too much. Let's see. Oh boy, not the StarCraft Dodge. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, guys. The one video that I have recorded, recently, and recently is being generous. It's been a while. It's been a couple months since I recorded it. Is a StarCraft Dodge video. Yeah, so I do have a StarCraft Dodge video that will come out eventually. I think it's like 95% done. I just haven't finished it. So I could be doing that right now, but figure I'd, do this instead. Wasn't Hino supposed to do a school bus, but never actually made it into production? Yes. The StarCraft Guardian? Was that it? Yeah, I know it was StarCraft, and it was something like that. StarCraft Hino bus. Yeah, that was around 2011 or so. 2010, 2011. They did make a bus. It never made it into production. I think there was only 1 or 2 that made it out there. So I'm trying to get a picture here. Very odd bus. But I mean, you guys know how StarCrafts are. Let's see. There's our StarCraft Hino right there. Let's see. Oh, sorry. I don't know. I might be blocking it a little bit, but let's see. How much money do you think a brand new school bus costs? I don't know off the top of my mind, but at least $100,000. C2 Evolved are already in my state. Nice. Does our area have any 2026 visions? Yes. Stop decal became optional for now, red or black. Yeah, I've heard that. Good choice. I used to live in Arizona, now I'm in Ohio. I was up in Mesa by Apache Junction. I was just in Phoenix last night, actually. So, do I know if CFISD has any 3rd gens yet? I don't know, and I've been trying to find if they do, because there's no way they didn't order 3rd gens. I haven't seen any pictures of them. Let's see, I'm here. Welcome, welcome. I was on a Type A that did not have 1 roof hatch. Yeah, I mean, I can understand a Type A not having roof hatches because it's, like 15 feet long, so not as big of a need. Let's see. What if first student bought Visions or they bought StarCraft Dodges? Can you imagine if first student bought StarCraft Dodges? That'd be crazy. When's the picture? Bus basic plus. I haven't had time to do videos, guys. I like every time I want to do a video, I don't have enough time, and that's partially why I'm doing this too, is to get something out there. because I just haven't had time to make videos. And I miss doing this. I really do. Doing bus stuff for sale and lots of lots and showing off the stuff and everything. But like I said, I just don't have the time to. So I hope you guys can understand that. But I also do have like 1,000 videos, so certainly there's one you haven't seen. Certainly there's one of them out there you might not have seen. Yeah. They're in a place in Washington where you won't see Bluebird All-Americans, especially T3, A3s, even a few D3s. I saw a couple. You know what? Actually, I should have saved this for the live stream, but I just decided I was going to do this earlier. A couple days ago, I found a D3 on Street View that had like activity style windows and it was like a tricked out D3. It was really nice. So, let's see. You remember the cockroach freak out? Yeah, I don't like creepy crawlies. So, I find it funny you did 2 videos on the same StarCraft from BGA. I hate them and I wouldn't buy one just to burn it. Let's see. Good point. I would too. Let's see. School district I went to quit ordering Bluebird. Here first student has Thomas buses and International, which is pretty typical of first student. Let's see, they prefer the Thomas C2s over Visions. It's an interesting StarCraft. Kind of comes close to the next gen CE, but with a little bit of a difference. If you're talking about this, maybe? I don't know. Would have been cool if StarCraft did a Type C bus. Yeah, StarCraft had a lot of weird products over the years. This and their Quest XL. Yeah. Lakey141, hello. Welcome to the stream. What's my opinion on Kentucky spec buses? Yeah, I'm fine with them. Kentucky, I like that they're very distinctive in their specs. However, part of the reason I don't like Kentucky, and this is also part of the reason I don't care for North Carolina or even kind of Florida buses, is like once you've seen one Kentucky CE, you've kind of seen them all because they're the exact same. But very unique buses, very uniquely spec'd. Yeah. Let's see. No, the red is required in Ohio. They do not allow black. Now they also allow the driver alert panel. Okay, I see. See. StarCraft Hino's not the worst looking prototype. Let's see, I'll give you all a fun fact. All of our first gen CEs and Thomas Freightliners and or Bluebird 3800s in all of our buses. It's just the Bluebirds that have yellow paint around the warning lights. A lot of our buses, especially the Bluebirds. Oh, that's the same thing. Hello, Elijah. How are you? Let's see. Lakey141. I want to say it was a D3 RE. I don't think it was a D3 FE. I could be wrong, though. I don't remember. What's my favorite type of bus? Username, SafetyLiner C2. That's me as an enthusiast. I love 80s All-Americans. That's probably my second favorite. If you're asking what my favorite as a driver is, the Vision. Obliterate any StarCraft dodges recently. Hey, Gabe, how are you, buddy? There are some StarCraft dodges that do need obliterating. There always are. See, D3 FEs look odd on the rear. Doesn't look like a Bluebird. Yeah, I know. I remember when they first came out. It was very unlike anything else. Manura's getting rid of the max forces one at a time. Them 11 all Bluebird fleet. Besides our Type A's, I'm going too fast here. We're getting rid of our Max Force 7 CE, so we're gonna have a small amount, less than a handful. Do I think that IC will make a new Type D at some point? Probably not anytime soon. Because they increased the size of the CE. Type Ds are also declining overall, specifically the FEs. You don't see as many FEs as you do REs, and that goes for Bluebird and Thomas as well. So I think it was a choice for Thomas to completely redesign the EFX 2. So I would not, I don't think that they're going to be making a Type D anytime soon, but they very well could. So my district has two 2026 visions, and both replaced two 2018 visions, but one of the 2018s became a spare, and the other replaced a 2010 vision, which was also a spare. Kentucky has some weird secondary reverse lights. I agree. D3FE is the older type of the T3FEs, which is a bleed. Yep. Let's see. One time with our special ed yard, at one time we had a 2008 Microbirds and a whole lot of Girardins. A whole bunch of people, but they kept calling Microbird G5. Same thing. Yes, Elijah, you have a question. Wayne County, Kentucky, the school district I document for bus 298. First C2 with the updated interior also has a first light sign. Did I know that school buses have their own type of color called International School Bus Yellow? Yes, developed by Dr. Frank Sear, or Sire, I don't know, CYR. Yeah, he made that in the 40s, I believe. Let's see, 297 is on order, which will be another Evolved C2. Every 3 years, our district replaces our buses either with Bluebirds or ICs. Yeah, we have some buses that are going to get replaced, and we're probably going to get some more Bluebirds. Let's see. I'm not sure what to do when submitting Flickr while you're on live. You can put it in the video request form, and yeah, it's down there. Or if it's an actual thumbnail, or not a thumbnail, but a file, you can send it to my email, which is also in the description. It's crazy how at one time we had Amtran REs. Just a retired bus 61 in 2011 with a MaxWorks DT. What do you think would happen if they stopped making Type A's? Well, Type A's, there are very specific uses for them, like in big city, like New York, for example. There's a lot of Type A's out there because they're smaller buses, and when you have those narrow streets, navigating a 40-foot school bus is a lot harder. So I think there are uses for them, but out in my neck of the woods, you know, we don't run any. So I miss having different chassis and bodies for buses. Feel like they just kind of lack after a while, and you get what you now. You get what you get now. Yeah, for sure. I totally agree. I miss the FE and REM. Wish they would bring back the AEs. That'd be nice. Meanwhile, in Washington, we're buying Type Ds like crazy. Some drivers hate FEs because they're too noisy. Wayne County, Kentucky retired every FE except 73 2008 EF that was bought used. I don't have any experience driving those, but yeah, I would imagine they're pretty loud. Crazy how we still have all of our 2007s in the state of Illinois. You can't have a bus more than 10 years old, and our 2014s are quite old, and surprisingly, we still have a lot of them. Yeah, 2014 is not an old bus, but it is. It's like 11 years old. Have I ever driven a Bluebird FS65? I have driven Adams Bus 23. That's the only one I've ever driven. Love T3FEs. They honestly look way nice, and we have A3FEs that still work to this day. A3FEs are the old reliable. Let's see. One time I know they had a sub driver complaining about how the FEs are, or how loud the FEs are. The big issue with those is if you're a sub driver, it can be hard to hear a person helping you if you don't know where the stops are. Yeah, that's valid. Remember one of my district's buses being used in a thumbnail. I should do a video on AI buses. That would be funny. I did a video maybe 2 years ago. I just typed a bunch of bus questions into Chat GPT to see how many they would get right. So that video is somewhere. I don't think I've ever used it to generate a bus image though. So isn't EVs what is getting sold the most? No, not really. EVs, again, those are very specific uses. So you're going to see just places that are able to support that infrastructure get the EVs more than just some random place that, bought one on a grant. So they're going to make a newer type of bus that looks similar to the T3 FE, maybe. I don't know. I love left doors, especially on a cutaway, of course. Are all of those buses going to be replaced by 2026 buses and first student? If you know about them, let's see. Okay, and we're not going to have... Oops, I lost it. We're not going to have first student for special ed anymore. River G5 reminds me of a D3 FE. Love for them to bring back the SBCV. I would still love to drive an SBCV or experience one. Are there any AEs with a lift? I haven't seen any pictures of them. Does this one have a lift? Yes, this one does have a lift here. I was just showing this off the other day, but here's an AE with a lift. So, I see AE with a lift. Let's see. We have 2002 A3 FEs left. I've seen a T3RE Handy. I have seen one, and it used to be a route bus. Let's see. Our current fleet of special eds is a 2023 Minotaur and a lot of Collins Next bus. Let's see. We have 3 A3Rs left. Gotta leave the chat, but I'll watch on my TV. Well, thank you for, thanks for stopping by. Well, I guess if you're still watching, but... did I know that the 3rd gen CEs can have the push button shifter as well? Yes, I have heard that. Have you seen how some C2s have LED headlights now? Kentucky made them legal around 2024. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're standard now on all of the C2s. I rode on a Bluebird Freightliner as field trip buses back in Montgomery, Alabama. Excuse me. I've also rode on Thomas FS65 buses back in Tulsa. Nice. See, I don't know why I was recommended this, but I'm all for it. Yeah, that happens every now and then. If you've ever wondered anything about school buses, now's the time to ask, and I can try and answer for you. So, I'm a school bus driver, and I have been an enthusiast for a very long time. So, let's see, we have IC down here in New Mexico, but I got to go an hour into the next county. They use C2s and CEs, but depends on who has the contract as of then. SBCVs are great, reminds me of a first gen. I think it's my second favorite bus. Yeah, I was thinking that I think the SBCVs would be a really solid bus because it takes what I like about a Vision and what I like about a CE and puts them together. So that's why I would really like to drive one eventually. So, let's see. Next school year, it's no longer first student. We're not going to have first student. They lost the contract. Good. Good. Let's see. Some of our oldest buses in Virginia have recently retired. A 92 Thomas 3800 and a 93 Bluebird 3800 replaced with 2025 IC and 26 Vision. Have I ever driven a 3rd gen CE? I have not. I'm still waiting to. Yeah. Why would Bluebird in their Vision gas buses use a Ford 6R1 transmission and Roush fuel system and not a Bluebird system? I don't know. No idea. See, I got to ride a Ford Starcraft a couple months ago, and it was bumpy. Felt like it was shaking, and it was going to fall apart. I want to become a school bus driver when I'm older. It's fun. It's a lot of fun. Grant, glad to have you here, sir. Let's see. So if they allow push-button shifter, why don't they allow the T-shifter? I think that there's just not enough space. I think that was the determination on that. I've actually wanted to get my CDL to drive buses. I'm almost 21. Some states in Kentucky require you to be 21 to get a school bus endorsement CDL. Yeah, definitely do that. And also maybe consider being an aide for a little bit, kind of getting the feel for things, and then jumping into getting your CDL. Cedar Park Christian is the best fleets around. TCREs, All-American FEs, A3Res, mini birds and a few Max Force 7 CEs. What's my opinion on third gens now? Yeah, I'm fine with third gens. So we don't have any around here, but yeah. Is Cypher on summer break? Probably. I'm in Arizona. I've been here for quite a while now, so I don't keep up with what Cypher's schedule is. But do I think the new Bluebird steering wheel is nice with the airbag? Also, do I like the new Vision's LED headlights? I love the new headlights on there, and I have driven one of the Visions with the new steering wheel. It took a little getting used to, but yeah, it was fine. That ICAE might be blackout. Yes, it is. Or actually, hold on. It's not blackout. Let's see here. It's black around the warning lights, but... Okay, I also see people are submitting stuff into this video request form, so I'm going to pull this up here in a second. Or here, I'll pull this up now. So, sorry guys. Let's see if I can close all these other tabs out. Let's see, Bus 93 submitted this one of this 3rd Gen CE that looks fantastic. Beautiful bus right there. Virginia spec. So we'll show this for a little bit. G5 and a whole bunch of minnow tours and maybe a Collins bus. 300 was our only Collins and I think 1 or 2 Starcraft. Have I ever driven an ICFE? I have not. Have I ever done a wheelie on a school bus? No, not yet. Grant, I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. Do I still play ROR? I have not opened ROR in quite a while. What bus would I get if I had to buy one? My requirement for getting a bus right now is that it has to be unique in some way, shape, or form, or an 80s All-American. So, yeah. Rode on a Bluebird 3800 New York spec as a spare bus before it got retired. Yeah, I rode on Bluebird 3800s for a couple years when I was in school. So, and they're nice. They are really nice buses. Okay, let's see. What do I think? What if there was a big bus with a driver's side door? Yeah, I've thought about that before. I don't think it would work on something like this, but you did have like Midbus Internationals or Transtech Chevys with the full-sized bodies. And yeah. Do I think Adam or Noah would make streams? Yeah, at some point. Have I ever driven an FS65? I have driven Adam's Bus 23, Bluebird FS65, so if that counts. Oh, look at this door. Uh-oh. Oh, the whole bus. Well, that sucks. That sucks. What happened there? Let's see. Do I like buses with hoods or buses that are flat on the front? So personally, I drive a Type C, so I have a bus with a hood. But I've also driven Type Ds, the flat front buses. They take getting used to, and if I was put on one in a route, like for a long period of time, I'd be fine. But I'm just used to driving Type Cs, so that's what I prefer, although I have no problem with driving Type Ds. Let's see, do I like manual transmission buses? I don't think they make them anymore. Yeah, I can't drive stick. I've never really been good at it. I've driven John's bus, Texas Street Man. He has a 1987 Thomas International with a dual stick shift. So I've driven his bus. I've driven Adam's bus, 23, which has, I don't remember if it's a 5 or a 6 speed stick. But I'm not very good at it. I can manage it. They don't make them anymore, but yeah. Let's see. 3rd gen victim, yeah. Let's see. I think they mean Dylan Rathan's district with extra entrance doors. Those are weird. Yeah, that's fine too. I think that left side driver's doors are just very specific uses. So in places like downtown New York or LA, Chicago, where you have the one way streets, that's where those buses make sense. It doesn't really make sense to have them out anywhere else other than that. So. Have I ever driven a 2026 Vision? I have. Have I driven an Evolved C2? No. Is there any new Bluebird versions coming out? Probably not right now, because they just updated them recently. But Bluebird's really good about keeping their buses up to date. Yeah. All right, let's see. Bus 48, I submitted for a picture, a screenshot of the rear of the bus. Currently, I have a profile picture. Have I ever driven a Microbird? I've not. Did I know that Collins done 5-row Bantams back in the early 90s on a G30 chassis? Did not know that. What's the oldest bus I've driven in my district? Probably 2012, I think. Let's see. I'm going to submit 2 yards. Go for it. Good job driving the 2026 Visions. Yeah, they're really nice. I was cleaning one for another driver who had just gotten one of the new 2026s. So I got to drive it around for a little bit, and it's really, really nice. So. See. Bluebird keeps their bus up to date. Are we forgetting how old? Well, yeah, okay, that's valid. That's valid, Nishan. But also, they're at least updating the parts that are more essential to be updated. So they're updating the driver's area. They're updating. They're making minute changes. So I don't think that a full body redesign is completely necessary. And I also think that of Thomas. I don't think that they had to go out of their way to make the EFX 2 and HDX 2, be on the C2 body, but here we are. So, but I suppose if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Was it fun or boring? I assume you're talking about the Vision. Yeah, I liked it. It was nice. Have I ever driven an HDX? Yes. I do not like driving HDXs at all. Not good buses. Not good buses at all. So, I try and avoid the HDXs if possible. You know that Bluebird makes a new chassis for step vans. Do you think they might also bring back the Mini Bird? Yeah, that's really interesting because I have seen that they did that. They made the I think it was an electric chassis, but I mean like Type Bs just aren't really relevant right now. They haven't been for quite a while because we have shorty Type Cs. That's essentially the same thing. Cameron's going to be mad. Well, he might not even care about this as a special yard because there's a lot of Type As. Type As are fine. So, yeah, I mean, like, look at this. Shorty Type C. There's no need for a Type B. So. Have I ever driven a flat-nosed bus before? Yeah, I've driven a handful of them. I've driven Bluebird All-Americans. I've driven ICRs. I've driven HDXs. Yeah, so I do. What's the most comfortable bus I've ever driven? I mean, I do like my Vision just because it's mine and I'm used to it. The T3Rs are really nice. I didn't ever get the chance to drive it, but riding on it, the Super 2 was phenomenal. And I assume that would transfer over to the driver as well. I know that's a little bit older, but I personally think it's absolutely annoying that on Bluebirds to remove the seat you have to unscrew it from the seat frame instead of how I see with the latch and it leaning forward. Yeah, it gets a little harder to get in between the seats. It's broke. Have I heard the new turn signal sounds on the 2026 Visions? The only thing I don't like about them is that they're so quiet. Yes, same thing. Because when I was in that the new Vision, I checked it out, and that is one of the things I saw because I'm so used to the older style sound, and I'm like, oh, I'm pretty sure they updated this. So I turned it on, and I'm like, well, that's not as loud. That's fine. So. I started driving in 2012, and my first route bus was a 1988 International Bluebird. That's South Carolina for you. Yeah, that's true. But we've gotten rid of them now. Love driving them. Yeah, I've driven I think I've also driven an 88 Bluebird International, and it was a nice bus. But I mean, South Carolina just kept their buses around for so long, and I think even within the past couple years, you were still able to go out and find some older S1800s still out there, not necessarily being used, but sitting in the yards, and I think some Genesee and Senators as well. So, Fireblade Studios, hello. Can I name all of the brands of school buses? For example, Bluebird, IC, CE, Thomas, Superior, Carpenter, Wayne, Crown. You know, I could go on and on. So. What are my thoughts on the CE? Second gen CE I'm perfectly okay with. I've driven them a handful of times, and I do like them. But I've said this again. There are things I like about some buses that I don't like about other buses, and same with the CE. So you just submitted a couple yards. Okay, we'll get to them. I'm slowly working my way through these requests. I see more people are submitting them. So if you did just join recently, we've got the video request form in the description, and you can throw some stuff in there, and we'll take a look at it together. This is apparently the only SBCV in the state. Beautiful bus. 2005 right there. So I would love to buy an SBCV, and I think just the uniqueness of there not being as many SBCVs would count towards my uniqueness factor in buying a bus. So, hello, welcome. 2026 T3s have the new steering wheel. Also, let's see. Eric, I've been recording or streaming for an hour and a half, but I don't know how much longer I'm gonna. I'm not planning on stopping the stream anytime soon, so you're good. What buses have I driven in my lifetime? S1800s, Super Coach, CEs, Visions, All Americans, HDXs, ICREs, Wayne 3800, Amtran RE. Yeah. IC should bring back the AE. Yeah, I kind of touched on this earlier. I mean, the AE sales were just not really there because Type A's are just declining in sales because you can order shorter Type C's. So, not really a need. Let's see, I'd imagine the amount of complaints from school districts to make Bluebird change the turn signal sound from the volume. I don't really care. Let's see, I don't like the design of the SBCV. I think it was fine. I liked it. Let's see. Pull this next one up here. Got a CE. I hate buses. It's like riding a paint shaker. Yeah. You know what? Yeah, that's fair. That's valid. Let's see, what do we got here? 2014 CE. I almost did buy the SBCV if I didn't miss the bid. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Have I ever heard of Ethan Live? Yes. I've only driven an FS65 and a TC2000. The FS65 was pretty good, but was turned into a box truck, so I had no visibility, and it had the Mercedes and the 2000 series. Let's see. On here. Have I ever had challenging time driving a bus? Yeah, especially when I was first starting off, you know, it's intimidating at first. And I think the hardest part for me is jumping into a completely different type of bus. So I'm going from a CE to a HDX or a T3RE. It's going to be a little difficult because you're going from a Type C to a Type D. And then at that point, it's like, okay, hold on, I have to turn a little bit differently than I do normally. You know, I got to watch tail swing in a CE more so than I do in the in a T3. I think I've looked at this a lot before. So that's really the hardest part for me now, is just when it comes to actual driving, is just jumping into different buses. And yeah. Have I ever driven a CE? Yeah, I've driven plenty of CEs. I've probably spent maybe 2 months driving in CEs on and off. What are my thoughts on grain elevators? If they work, they work, I suppose. I guess. Let's see. If they were to get rid of the option to order shorter Type Cs and then brought back the AE and exchange it around, would the sales have gone up a little bit? Yeah, maybe. But then I feel like the AEs were also probably more expensive than ordering a Collins or a G5 or a Minotaur, because everything was completely integrated. So IC was able to charge that a little bit more than what any other manufacturer would do. And you're also kind of paying for the IC name. So I don't know. Were school buses still at jackknife doors? Yeah, that'd be nice. But, you know, buses have evolved since then. So this is our main yard. We'll take a look at this. What are jackknife doors? Jackknife doors, let me see if I can get like a picture here. Better picture. So you have two types of doors on school buses. You have doors that open outwards, which is most buses, and jackknife doors are really kind of a thing of the past, like I just said. But you have the doors that open outwards, but then jackknife doors are doors that open inwards. So instead of going outside the bus, they go inside the bus. That's all a jackknife door is. That's just what they're called. Let's see. Hello, Michael. Welcome. Go all the way to 2012 to see a couple seats. Let's see, 2012. Yeah, I'm fairly positive I've looked at this. I might have even done a video on this lot. There we go, some CEs back there. Am I planning on getting a bus? Yeah, at some point. It just, I haven't found the right one for me, and my thing has always been I want it to be the right bus for me, and not just, you know, buy one to buy one just to say, oh, I own one and you don't, and, you know, just to have content with it. So, because that's an investment. That's not just something you just dive into. So, I sent a lot of links, Doc, but forgot to put the link. Well, I'm still going to be here for a little bit, so if you want to throw some more links, I'm more than happy to look at them. What if IC were to bring back the FE and switch to Cummins following the Max Force engine fallout? It was discontinued in 2010, but the FE would have been neat to see brought back. Well, the IC FE was supposed to have a Cummins engine. We'll take a look at that here in a second. I know for sure I've looked at this lot before, and I'm 90% sure I've done this on video. Big first student lot, but the IC. See if I can find a picture of this here. So the IC was, or maybe it was supposed to have a cat. Maybe that's what it was. It was a cat. It was not a Cummins. It was a cat. So forgive me on that. But the IC was supposed to be redesigned to this. The IC forward advantage with a cat C7, not a Cummins. But yeah, that never came into fruition because I believe it was something to do with the size of the engine. Let's see if it says on here. I don't remember. No, it doesn't, but pretty positive that was the reason why, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see. I was in a district with SBCVs and never got to ride them, but I got to ride first-gen CEs and Amtrak REs as a route bus. Still can't find any pictures of the SBCEs, but there's still pictures of the RE on Google. Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to find some stuff like that I know some of my districts had at some point. Yeah, look at that, third-gen CE on Street View, like on the road. Nice. Oh, and some back here as well. But yeah. The company that currently owns these took them and we didn't get to keep them. Does the requirement for school buses come from the US DOT or from each individual state government? So that's a really good question, actually. So there are federal standards that each manufacturer has to comply with. That is Department of Transportation. That is laws written in Congress. There's another third-gen CE back there. So that's stuff like how the structural support, like how much weight they can handle, like being crushed, I guess. Like they have to hold a certain amount of weight on top, I guess. And just kind of like, I couldn't really get into that. That's about as much as I know on that. But then on a state level, there are some places that require, like that's more for specs. So Virginia says no roof logos or no logos on their buses. New York says you have to have a side emergency door and 2 stop signs. Texas says you have to have school bus written on the side of the bus. And then you get down to the district level where if they have the extra money to spend on AC, if that's not a state spec, or for LED lights, or a strobe light or something, yeah. So hopefully that kind of answered your question. Owning a bus is expensive. I would run into issues of mechanical failures. I would take something old with a old mechanical diesel engine. Yeah, that's a very good point. Like I said, buses are an investment. Man, there's a ton of third-gen CEs here. And while I don't own one myself, I have seen plenty of people who do. And I know plenty of people who do, and I know that they spend a lot of money and a lot of time working on those. There's 3 more. That's crazy. I think this is the most recent view I've seen right here. Yeah, all C2s. There was some Cs over here. Take a look at this view. This should be better. See some more stuff. A little more variety. 3800s, first gen CE, second gen, FS65. So, got to start up your uncle's 2025 C2. It had a Cummins in it. Nice. Oh, last student spec. What's my opinion on a Vista? Would I buy one? Yeah, I might. Again, I don't think that a Vista would necessarily meet my uniqueness spec, with the exception of a GM Vista. But those are a lot harder to find. Got some Minnow tours over here. This also, oh no. Looks like a CV200. Nope, just shorty 3800s. Let's see. I love the T444E because it is the same motor as the 7.3 Power Stroke. Strange thought, but I just realized that every single bus in my county that I grew up with are all gone, even the ones that were replaced We're new are spares and getting ready to be replaced. I feel old. Yep, I hear you. I hear you. I think I was talking about this before you joined the stream, but at one point when I went back to Texas and I was in Sci-Fair, I remember seeing one of the buses that I drove around, or that I rode, marked as a spare, and it was like, dang, already? Like, let's see, you can put black hood on a bus, you can do that. We had a 96 Ford F-350 with a 7.3 T444E AK Power Stroke with a 6-speed manual. Nice. Zack Attack, welcome. The yard you're looking at is the yard where the small buses train at. When I went to school in Fort Wayne Community Schools, their fleet was predominantly Amtrak and Bluebird, but there were also IC and Thomases as well. Always nice to have a little bit of variety in the yard. Let's see. Yeah, we got some Amtrak REs over here. A bunch of them. If you don't know, if you want to drive a small bus or a Type A, you have to drive one of our big buses. What's something I wish was more common on AC, or on buses, is AC. I know that is becoming more common. So if we're going with an answer other than that, I'm going to say dual stop signs. A lot of those new buses are replacing a lot of stuff. Let's see. If I look behind us, there's a Carpenter. Oh, there is. Right there. That's probably a Crown. Crown by Carpenter, but, you know, what's the difference? Let's see if I can... Yeah, I don't think I can go any further than that. Let's see, speaking of Thomas, both the EFX2 and HDX2 designs may not be appealing to most enthusiasts, but they are slowly gaining traction. Yeah, you know, I also touched on this earlier in the stream. It's like, if you remember when the 3rd gen CE was unveiled, everyone's like, oh, I hate this, it's so ugly, and this, and this, and this, and whatever. And then most people are like, oh, well, you know, I actually like it. And the thing is, it's just going to take time to get used to it. That's all it is. And when we see them out on the road in our favorite specs, whatever those specs might be, people are going to be fine with it. So, do you remember when GMC made school bus chassis? Yeah, that was a while back. Let's see. All right, what else do we got? Another lot to look at. Let's see. I love older Wisconsin buses, as Wisconsin is my home state. I can also appreciate Wisconsin buses just because I really like how they were the last to have last to require 4 ways. Freaking first student, of course. Oh wait, I'm sorry, you guys can't even see this that well. If I'm pointing at something, here, let me move this over here a little bit. Please tell me if something gets messed up in the stream, and I'll change it. What was I talking about? Oh, the Wisconsin was the last to require 8 ways, so there were like a lot of buses that you would not normally see with 4 ways. Have 4 ways, so I always appreciated that about Wisconsin buses. So, oh, we can see a lot more here. More FS65s. FS65 up close. How am I doing today? I'm doing well. I hope you are too. How do I feel about Bluebird Vision getting LED headlights? I love the new LED headlights. They look really sharp. And having LED headlights is just... you know, it's going to help. It's going to help in the darker areas. So, Vision right here. 2 Visions. Let's see. Love the older flat nose buses. There you go. Perfect. Let's see. Do we have some older buses? Oh, we do. We have some international CEs. Bluebird 3800, bunch of Bluebird 3800s. Another FS65. Nice. Bluebird has a manufacturing plant in there for the microbird. That they do. I like the new Thomas Type Ds, but they do need to redesign the driver's area. I got to sit in an EFX, and the gauge placement is so bad. I don't care for the driver's area of HDXs and EFXs, the controls panel specifically. So, well, thanks for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I might be here for a little bit longer, so if you want to stop back, we'll be here. So, thank you so much for stopping by, bud. Being from Wisconsin, the thing that threw me off for a while was why the warning lights were both red instead of amber. I'm curious to know what made them change it. In 2015, they passed a law that required them to change it, somewhere around there. Or maybe it was earlier and then it went into effect at that point. I don't remember, but I think the reasoning behind why they actually changed it is 49 other states had this set up. And so if you move there from any of those other 49 states and you see red lights flashing on the bus, on the interior portion, you might think to stop instead of slow down, I guess. I don't really know. I don't know why the official reason was that they changed it. I've also been to East Allen County Schools from 2011 to 16, even though they had a nice variety ranging from All-Americans and internationals with T444Es to C2s. Their fleet is mostly C2s as well. I love the new LED warning lights on the most recent Bluebird buses. Yeah, and if you go up close, they even have like the Bluebird logo like built into the headlights, and I think that's so cool. I really like that touch. That was a really cool thing. Let's see. Chris put this in my video request form and said, I ordered your shirt. Watch 40 to 60 screaming kids in a mirror while driving a 40-foot box on with a C2 on there. Yep. Yep. Let's see. I'll see you next stream. Yeah, hopefully it'll be sooner rather than later. Let's see, the first bus I rode was an FS65. I never got to ride an FS65. None of our districts, or none of the districts I ever was in, had them. So, I've ever thought about doing question of the month again. You know, I'd like to, but I mean, I just don't have the time, which is why I haven't put out any videos recently, really. So, the reason I started doing stuff like Lots of Lots and Bus Stuff for Sale is because I feel like I could get those out quicker and I could stock up on all of those at once and then slowly put them out over time instead of a dedicated time each month having to make that video, which is why those often went out, you know, in the middle of the month or even skipping some months. So I just don't have as much time as I used to. So, yep. Let's see. I saw a 1980s All-American Ari with black window posts and black paint on the doors. Top was yellow, but the bottom was black. Nice. Bus driver 12, welcome. Glad you stopped by. Having been on Curlin Bus Sales website before, they've had buses from Fort Wayne Community Schools up for sale at one point for a few years ago, all Bluebird, both A3 and T3 FEs. The C2 shirt came out so big, which made me happier. It's an XL size, and the C2 being so big made me much happier. There you go. Glad to hear it. Let's see, we have another lot that someone put in here. Oklahoma City School Bus Transportation Center. Fun fact, for Oklahoma, the IC bus production warehouse is in Tulsa. That it is. It is right behind the airport. Yeah, so I've always wanted to like fly into Tulsa and then just like get on the plane as we're taking off. Just snap a couple pictures of the factory. Where's the airport? The airport's somewhere up here. Wait, is this Oklahoma or is this Tulsa? Oh, that's Oklahoma City. Tulsa is. So like here's the airport and here's the factory. So like theoretically, depending on which runway you're on, you might be able to. But anyways, let's take a look at this lot here. Oklahoma City schools. All these visions, they have a bus factory 2 hours away, and they go with a competitor's bus. These are nice visions, though. Roof-mounted AC, activity buses, low skirts. Those look nice. Lot of visions there. Like, is there any ICs here? So let's try and go back. Oh good, an old product, an old IC. Okay, so we do have some CEs here. Some older ones, we've got some Minnow Tours. First gen. CEs, more first gens down here. Loved stripe bumpers, something Sci-Fair did that became one of my favorite specs. If we can. We got some REs back here. Nice. The oldest bus my district runs is an 04 Bluebird 3800 with a DT in it. Huh. Also showed it to a bus driver on the day I ordered it. I was working, but a bus driver came to the site in a C2 and I showed him the shirt and he got a kick out of it. I think he got one too. Let's see. Oh, now here we go. Here's some good stuff. Some old S1800s. Some Wards. Nice. That's what we look for. Maybe some more back there, but can't really tell. Let's see. Hey Robert, welcome to the stream. Most of the T3 FEs from the mid-2010s had 2015 and 16 model years, so it was strange to see them up for sale despite having plenty of service left in them. Yeah, I mean, I think at some point, either warranty could be up, and they're just like, okay, we want something with a warranty, or, I don't know. Let's see, where are the buses here? Yeah, I don't think you can really see anything back here. I feel like I've looked at this lot before, though. I know y'all can't see this, but I'm trying to. Okay, so I can't see anything there in that lot. Let's see. Portage, Indiana. If I could have any bus with any specs, what would I have? Any bus with any spec. If I was, like, if I'm driving, like, if I could pick any bus to drive for my route bus, I'd pick a Vision, full LED, dual stop signs, crossing arm, AC. I might go Godzilla on that as well and make it a gas-powered bus. Yeah. Let's see. Adam. Welcome, sir. What Bluebird Vision was my favorite? In terms of generation-wise, I drive a 2018, so I really like those, and I like those. I liked those before driving them as well, so probably that. Let's see. Yeah, people were wondering when you were going to show up, Adam, so. Alright, we're headed to Georgia to take a look at some buses. Couple Bluebird 3800s, couple first gens. Let's see what we got back here in 08. Some S1800s. Nice. Nothing. Bunch of Bluebird 3800s. A couple first gen CEs mixed in there as well. Yeah, I've seen this lot before too. Like, got some C2s. Driver alert system on the back. More CEs. First gen CE in the background. See if we can see any other views of this lot. See back over here. CE with a front wheelchair lift. There's a bus that has roof logos and a yellow roof in Virginia. Hope I can get images of it someday. I would like to see that too. Lots of C2s, lots of C2s. This is July 2023. Let's see if we can go back here. And I think we're going to be able to make much out there. Some more first gen CEs. Second gen CE. C2 again with a front mounted wheelchair lift. I like the first gen Vision just because nostalgia. Fair enough. 999, yeah. Yeah. Sure, we'll go with that one. We'll go with that bus. Bus 999. Let's see, we got another lot here. This is a day camp, but they also have buses. They have some old gyms here on Street View. There's also a guy who made videos on the buses in 2019 that I commented on. Let's see if I remember this. I might not be able to see these that well. Well, what is that, a Minnow Tour? Looks like. Can't really see. Yeah, I don't remember that. Let's see, St. Louis. It's kind of hard to see some of the buses, so you might have to move around a little bit. Okay, well. Let's see. Oh, first student lot. Fantastic. I think we might be able to make this work, though. Let's see. Okay, Adam, I'll look at that. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, there are all trees blocking right there, so maybe over here. There we go. HDX. Collins, Minotaurs, C2s. Maybe an EF right there. Let's see. Hold on. Ow. Someone rang the doorbell. I had to see who it was. Just a UPS guy. Let's see, yeah, I can't really see much from over here. HDX. Some of the CEs Dallin had, particularly 11 and 12s, it was quite strange to see low profiles on high or on full-size variants. Alright, yeah, can't see much from there. Let's see, we got another lot here. Okay. Oh, here we go. Here's that bus. Yellow roof, roof logo. That's that's not supposed to be legal there. Let's see, what else do we got here? I saw an FS65 back here. A couple FS65s back over there. That might be a CE right there. Let's see, Thomas 3800. This almost reminds me of North Carolina, kind of a little bit. Got the white bus right there. And then we'll go back in time a little bit. Let's go back 10 years, 11 years. Yeah. FS65s, 3800. Have I ever seen a flat nose bus? Yeah, I've seen plenty of flat nose buses. I've driven a flat nose bus before. Let's see. Oops. See what Adam sent me here. Oops. Alright, switch over here. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is some good stuff. Oh my goodness, look at this thing. How sad. How poor. Have I ever seen a CE with LED headlights or LED warning lights? I have seen them with the LED warning lights. In person, I have not seen one with LED headlights. Or you know what? Maybe some of those... I guess those third gens had the LED headlights. Yeah, so I guess I have. Let's see. This is a really interesting lot, Adam. That's nice. I mean, not the schooly part of it, but... Oh wait, what's this? D3. Huh. Yeah, I've never seen this one before, Adam. It's a good lot. If I can go down this road. Oh, no, I can't. I'm getting up close. Let's see. EF. First gen vision in the background. A3FE and RE. Some sort of Thomas right there. Older ICRE. This is really good. This is a really good one. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated. Ah, yes. Let's see, there should be another good one. Let's see. Alright. See if anyone knows what this one is. See, hopefully we'll be able to see some stuff out here. Okay, not that stuff. Not that stuff. That stuff. Well, lot of yellow. Can't make much out there, but yeah, Northern Georgia plant from Bluebird. So lots of I'm sure there was a lot of good stuff there, but can't see anything unless we can go over here. Might be able to see this. Oh no, can't go back. Yes, that's where your bus was built, and there is dirt there. Look at all this dirt over here. Look at all that. Let's see, got another link here. They do school and public transportation. Okay. Okay, should be able to see some stuff here. Here we go. Minnow Tour, some C2s, Collins. Bunch of Minnow Tours going back. Corbet right there, if anyone's interested. In real life, I saw a 3rd Gen CE, and that's an awesome school bus. Yeah, I've only seen a couple of them. Not too many, but a couple. Let's see, I might not be able to. Yeah, I can't go right back there, but yeah, more C2s. And have I seen the lot in Bucyrus? You won't be able to see it on Street View, but there's probably pics online. We have been to the lot in Bucyrus. Nishan, Adam, Noah, and I, we all went there a couple years ago. That is a fantastic lot. That, yeah, I wish you were able to see on Street View. I have some pictures of it on my Flickr if y'all want to see that. And I know Adam and Nishan probably do as well. But yeah, that's a really good lot. Southwest Allen County, their fleet had been known as the Bird's Nest due to the abundance of All-Americans, but they do have EFXs as well, and I think they also have an HDX. Today and tomorrow are going to be so hot we have humidity here in Minnesota, up in the Prior Lake area. But working at Home Depot. Yeah, working outside must be pretty hot. Gotta just keep drinking a lot of water. So this is interesting. They have two T3 FEs, one with white and red, and then I assume this one looks like red and white. Huh. Oops. What do I think about the StarCraft Dodge? Y'all already know. Do you really need to ask? Do you really need that answer? I can't go any further up. Let's see. I also have a D3RE, not T3. Oh, maybe one of those was a D3 and one of those was a T3. Huh. See, I also like how they have the little slogan up here at the top. That's always cool. Let's see. Oh, they are D3, not T3. Okay. I misread that. So they're both D3s. Gotcha. My bad. Okay. Adam is just sending me non-stop stuff. Let's see. We don't need to look at the DeLorean, Adam. I'm sure that's cool, though. Let's see. Let's see, what do we got here? Okay, fine. Maybe we can look at the DeLorean. Just for a quick second, though. Mini Bird. What is this? 2014. Interesting. So, FS65, CV200, Mini Bird, FS65, first gen Vision. What's that back there? Probably a CE. Another Mini Bird, potentially another Mini Bird right there. First gen Vision, FS65, bunch of CEs. Bluebird B800, nice. Some more all the way down. Nice. Oops, what am I doing here? Alright, just for a second, Adam, we'll look at this DeLorean for anyone else who's interested. You still wish the Mini Bird was a thing? Yeah, I touched on that earlier in the stream, but there's just not really a need for Type Bs in the industry right now, just because we're able to get smaller Type Cs So, as interesting as a modern mini bird would be, you know. Alright, what do we got here? What do we got here? 3rd Gen C up there. Train stack down here. Interesting. What do we got back here now? Some 3800s. Older microbird and a minnow tour up there. What is this one right here? Some sort of FE. Just don't know if it's an All-American or a TC. But I'm going to go with All-American. Should be more variety in school bus manufacturers. Yeah, there should be, but it's also a very hard industry to kind of break into, which is why you see the manufacturers like Lion or Pegasus just not do as well. Let's see. So you don't see them do as well because there's all of these federal and state requirements that they have to meet. And you can't just, you know, do it as quickly as you can as a car. Or make a bus as quickly as you can a car. D3FE. Love to see the full streamer on there. May 2024. Vision. Let's see. Yeah, I think that the reason I said that bus was an FE is because there was an emergency door on the back. So I just assumed it was not an RE. Let's see, can we get anywhere over here? Oh, perfect, we can. But will they? Even better. Check this out. Close-up A3FE. Super old vision. Tell that based off of the turn signals there, as compared to these turn signals, the clear turn signals. Let's see. T3. Bluebird Microbird is its own company separate from Bluebird in Quebec. Yeah, they all run under the same parent company, but technically they are two different companies. Let's see how much further back we can go, because I saw a couple other buses. Vision. A couple Visions and a CE. Another one back there. Let's see. Alright. See, we already looked at that one. You're a replacement part from Volvo. See, I remember showing this one off on video before. One of the electric CEs. Wrote on a new Vision with a gas engine with the blue bird logo. Nice. Yeah, those buses sound fantastic. The Godzillas, the Tritons. Really nice buses. Alright, I've been wanting to do this, and I haven't, so we're gonna do this now. Let's see, so what is the color on the bird that shows it's a CNG? Is it also blue? It's green and black. So, some of them are green, some of them are black. But, okay, I ordered some brochures. I got them in today. I want to look at them, and y'all can look at them with me, if that's okay. These are very old brochures. These are from the 30s, 40s, and 50s, if I'm not mistaken. So, and honestly, I don't even remember what's in here. So, maybe we can look together. We have got... These are actually really nicely packaged. So let me throw this over here for a second. We'll open these up. 1952 Superior Pioneer. Let's see. You were a kid when those brochures came out. Ha ha ha. So funny. Let's see. Unknown year, but we'll open it up in a second. Ward brochure. Nice. Same thing, but a Wayne brochure. Let's see. I have one of these. This is, I think, from the 40s. I think 49 or something. International. Have I ever seen an International Bluebird before? Yes, I have. I've ridden on them. I've driven a couple. Yeah. I believe this is 39 Dodge chassis. Oh, Taco Bell sounds good. Unknown year, Superior brochure. Let's see. Unknown year, Carpenter brochure. This is the last one. Unknown year, Chevy chassis brochure. So we'll open this one up first. Why did Bluebird buses get rid of the black full roofline, the streamer? Cost, unfortunately. I think that they should still be standard. And even if they brought back the half, or like the shorter streamer, like which is what I have on my bus, I think that would also be acceptable. But just no streamer on there is... That's part of a Bluebird, is the streamer. So, I was disappointed whenever I found out that they were getting rid of those. But, yeah, it's just an extra added cost, and, you know, they're trying to get rid of... Or trying to make the buses a little bit cheaper. So, SBCV was the last Bluebird International product. I think second gen Vision replaced it. Bird fart, I guess so. Alright, let's see if we have a year on this one. On this Chevy chassis. There's not a year in here. I'm going to scan all of these and upload everything. Oh, this opens like this. That's really cool. Huh. Let's see, I'm not seeing a year on this either. That's cool. I like this one. Let's see. I wish Wayne was still a thing. Yeah, you know, if Wayne had introduced the RD9000 before they, if they put the RD9000 into production for a couple years before they went out of business, could they have stayed in business? Maybe, because the RD9000 was a very, I don't want to say revolutionary, but it was a very sought after bus by drivers, because it actually put thought into a driver's area. And they might have survived, but, you know, they just, I don't know. Alright, let's see if we got a year on this one. This Carpenter, 1954. Hold on. See if we can... We got some factory pictures in here. That's pretty cool. feel like I'm doing a picture book session. Is Ward still a thing? No. If you want to get technical, they went into Amtran and then into International and now IC. So it's still kind of the same company, but it's, you know, under a different name. But no, Ward itself is still not around. So yeah, this is a really nice brochure. These are really nice. I'm happy with these. I spent a little more than I would have liked to on these, but I'm pleasantly surprised because there were not a lot of interior pictures of these. So I just had to kind of gamble on what I was getting. So let's see, Bluebird needs to bring back the streamer as a spec like IC. Yeah, I mean, if you really want a streamer on there, you can still paint it on there, but that's a lot of work just for that. Let's see. Yeah, Ward became IC. Superior and Midbus, Torbay, and Collins, and even Midbus and Collins. So if you really want to stretch it, you could say Superior is still around through Collins. But that's a really big stretch. That's a really, really big stretch right there. This one also appears to be another fold-out brochure. Let's see if I can figure out how to unfold it first. This is also 1954. This is dated August 27th, 1954. So, goodness. Let's see, I don't want to break these. My brother used to drive a 2006 A3 no streamer. If you want to look it up. Let's see. I'll have to look it up here in a little bit, or you can send it to me. This is going to be a pain in the butt to figure out how to scan these, or scan this one specifically and make it a full image. Look at that color in the seat, like that green and red. Huh. Green seats, red interior. I've never seen that. That's really cool though. They call it coral. Huh. Let's see. Alright, where's the next one? I don't really want to look at that. Let's see. Carpenter? What about Carpenter? Were Corvette 3800s ever seen in the U.S.? They were not, because I don't believe they met federal safety regulations, because they were a Canadian company. Oh, is Carpenter still around? No, Carpenter was gone in 2001. 2000, yeah, 2001 sounds right. So, let's see. Let's see before I forget. This is also 1954 Dodge. I don't think we're going to see much in here other than facts. And yeah, not much in there. Yeah, all those companies are long gone. It's unfortunate because, like we were talking about earlier, we would have some much needed variety in the school bus industry. But we do not anymore. So let's see, rip these away. Throw all this tape away. Alright, got a Wayne one here. There's a big brochure. And this is also 1954, a lot of 1954s. So, let's see. Oh, this is a little... Okay, so this is this was within the brochure, and what do we have in here? Oh, The Great New Wayne for 1954. Interesting. Carpenter bought out Crown, which the Super 2 became the Crown by Carpenter RE. Yeah, and you know that they were just so expensive to make, which is why they never really took off under the Carpenter name, and they were only ever, or like the Supers were only ever sold in on the West Coast, so no one was familiar with their product whenever you're trying to sell mass market. So Adam, that's a good one. I don't know, I feel like I was saying earlier with the RD9000, I think that could have been a bus that really changed Wayne's future. But then that also raises the question for y'all, if one of these manufacturers was to come back around, Wayne, Carpenter, Superior, what chassis would they be using now? IC uses International, Thomas uses Freightliner, so what would Wayne use? And I think that's where we get into the... Oh, there's a lot of papers in here. Into, like, again, what I mentioned earlier, do we use something like American LaFrance? Like, would they ever be interested in making a bus? Or, you know, some manufacturer that doesn't specifically right now specialize in school buses, but other large vehicles. This is also 1954, the Ward one. There's a bunch of papers in here. I'm sure y'all don't really care about those, but I'm still going to scan them anyway. And all of these will be up on Flickr. I don't know if I mentioned that or not, but let's see, what am I looking at here? Let's see, you pick Wayne, always like the look of the Lifeguard. Hino maybe, yeah, but then StarCraft had used that as a prototype, which never came to be, but StarCraft is StarCraft. Let's see. I'd bring back the Corbeil. Love to see a modern Corbeil. What chassis would you like to see that on? Let's see. The IC low floor would have came out. What would you think of it? It would not have lasted long, because the low floor concept was for very, very specific usage. So I don't think it would have lasted that long. And then you have all of these other manufacturers that use lifts, and I'm sure a lot of them use the same brand of wheelchair lifts as well. So then you have all these manufacturers using the same type of wheelchair lift, and then IC comes out with a ramp. So if something breaks, then you have to have someone specific from IC come out and do that, and then, you know, that's a whole thing. So, all right. Oh yes, these are Superior Pioneer matches. So, and then this one is 1952. Some factory pictures on the back. Let's see, Wayne could use a Peterbilt chassis. In my opinion, I'd say they go with their own chassis. Wayne could use Kenworth. Any new minibus brochures? No, but there is a Wayne busette brochure that still has like 3 days left that I'm keeping my eye on if the price doesn't go too high. LaFrance is a fire truck brand. Yeah, I'm aware of that. But then it's like, what would happen if some of these manufacturers that only specialize in garbage trucks or fire trucks or, you know, stuff like that, what if they branched out and tried something different? That's what I meant by that. Um, let's see. Tristan made a Corvette conventional on the CE chassis. Didn't look too bad. Let's see. Elevator lifts were so unique. Yeah, I mean, um, again, going back, that was, that's what they had before the modern wheelchair lifts. So you had all the elevator lifts in the buses. Heck, maybe there's a picture of one in here. I don't know. Let's see. Probably not. Nope. What? Let's see. Yeah, so there's all the new brochures. Scan these and upload them whenever I get the chance to. Maybe I'll try and scan them tomorrow. Let's see. I'd like to see Ford Series make a comeback to the Type C market. Well, that was also another thing with Pegasus, is that they were trying to use a full-size Ford F650 or something as one of their chassis, but never did because Pegasus. So I'll show you all some other stuff that has not been uploaded to Flickr yet, but some other scans. This is from I think it's a 91 copy of School Bus Fleet. So if you're interested, I'll show some of these off while we continue talking. Oh, I should probably also look at this. Let's see. Someone else submitted a picture to look at. Let's see. We have an A3FE here. T3FEs. Nice. So Ford will also be a neat option. I'd say GM too, but they've already got their partnership with International for their heavier duty trucks. Yeah, I think that would actually, that specific chassis would be interesting to see on a Type B. Like if IC was to ever bring that back, I think that would work really well. Bring like a BE back. I got the Corby conventional parts book. Some people throw it out. My mechanics gave it to me, but unfortunately we retired all of ours. Shame. I'd like to see a 3rd Gen CE with cowl-mounted turn signals. Don't know if that's going to happen. Oh, elevator lift. 13 years and 2 buses later, my Thomas lift is still a perfect fit. How reliable is your elevator fit? Rod Chambers will tell you. Let's see. He replaced his 77 Thomas elevator lift with a 90 model. He faced 2 problems. He needed a lift capable of handling today's larger electric wheelchairs, which some platforms can't lift, and needed one to fit his budget. And I guess that Thomas 3800 did. An old International lab we can see down here. Lifestar 3800 California Vista. Also notice the Bluebird. Kind of the weirdly shaped stop sign right there. Oops, probably need to. Older TC, that'd be a 89 or an 88. Bluebird GMC. Let's see. Bluebird Fort Valley. All new for 92. There's a non-elevator lift. It'd be awesome if they made a Bluebird bus with an M2 chassis. Yeah, again, wish they had the variety. Wonder if Sci-Fair ever got 3rd Gen CEs. Yeah, I imagine that they did. I have not been able to find anything saying that they did, but if they did not, I would be very shocked. But yeah, I'm sure they're out there. The Laidlaw. Thomas Vista. Alright, let's see. Yeah. What else do I got here that I can show y'all? Oops. Going back too far. What's that? That's, oops, clicking on the same thing again. Here we can jump into this one now, because I haven't uploaded these yet. Welcome back. Welcome, welcome. I've always wondered why Cali has the stop sign in the rear, so that's an interesting question. And the answer is that they are supposed to get out when they have students crossing the street, hold up a physical stop sign, and escort the child across the street. Yeah. So that's the reason why there's a stop sign in the back. It's because they're supposed to get out and put the stop sign out front, holding it. A little ridiculous, but you know a California bus when you see it. Actually, I found a mod for ROR where they took the M2 and threw a Bluebird body on it. Cool. Wonder if a school bus can do a burnout. I don't know. I have not attempted that, but maybe someone has. Let's see. Super coach. We've got the nah, I'm okay, buddy. We have got, what am I looking for? Tandem axle. Yeah, that's it. That's all I was trying to point out there. I'm running a little behind here, I guess. So, Superior with a stick shift. I wish Wayne, Crown, and Carpenter came back. Yeah, that'd be nice. What are my thoughts on extended stop arms? I think they should be used more often because people like to run through stop signs. Here's a Carpenter Cadet. And Superior too, yes. Here we go. Wayne Lifeguard. I think I said Lifestar or Lifeguard earlier and meant Lifestar. I think. I don't know. Rainbow seats. That's something. I wish that's something they still did in buses, offer rainbow seats. That's so cool. Superior pacemaker. Let's see. Another Carpenter Cadet. Again, wheelchair. Rainbow seats in a Wayne. Let's do it. Let's do it, guys. Let's see. In Georgia, your bus may have came from here. Well, if this is the Bluebird factory, their main factory, then yes, it did come from there. But let's see. Bluebird, Fort Valley. Yep, okay. My bus did come from Fort Valley. And I have looked, and I've not been able to find it on here, unfortunately. But actually, I will show y'all something while we're at the Bluebird factory. if we go further up the road here, let me see where it's at here. It's right over here. So what do we got back there? Okay. If we go, oh, it is over here. Thought it was on the other side. Okay. If we go back in time, I don't remember exactly what it was. But this is also a Bluebird building. 2019. Nope. There it is. April 2016, we have an EC-72 just sitting in front of the Bluebird factory. 2016. Like 8 years after they made it. And then even more interesting than that, or not even more interesting, but like in addition to that, this was the demo unit that they used to introduce the D3. Like that's the one that they showed off. So why they had an EC-72 and the first D3 just sitting over here, I don't know. They also, somewhere back over here, I think it was right over there, you're not able to see them in pictures on Street View because I spent a good amount of time trying to find it. But they had some buses from, it's like a 1939 Dodge Bird, and then there was like a 60s GM or like a 50s. They just had a bunch of like 5 or 6 old buses just sitting back over here. And I went to try and find them. I searched throughout the whole lot, the whole yard, throughout all these years. And right here is the only place that there were pictures of them. So, any first-gen Visions? Well, April 2008 would be the only option, or the only time that they might have first-gen Visions there. But I doubt it. Let's see if we can see it. Get like a decent view somewhere. See, we also have this little part back here that we might be able to see. I don't think they kept buses. Like, look at this. March 2022. There's a D3 and an A3 FE, both of them just disgusting, clearly sitting there forever. Like, I don't know what those were used for, but they're there. And then, okay. One of the other things I've been trying to find, there are pictures of them and I can easily find the pictures, but like I'm trying to find one out in the wild, is one of the old Bluebird semi-trailers, because they used to have like their logo painted on it and everything. But I have not been able to find one out in the wild. Look at this. Some sort of foreign bus right there. I like cadets, but I never rode them. Yeah, those were... Cadets haven't been around for a while. I'm really starting to like the Vista. I used to think it was ugly, but it reminds me a lot of a C2. There's a police car. Oh yeah, I saw that. What about the IC Charge? What a joke. That thing was... That was a poor design choice on Bluebird's part. Let's see. Send some images of gens with bus numbers. Okay. I'll take a look at that here in a second. Oh, did I say Bluebird? It's because I'm looking at the Bluebird factory, okay? Yes, I meant IC. Not Bluebird. Y'all know what I mean, though. Green bus. Okay. Pictures. Someone sent me pictures. Oh, someone sent me a lot of pictures. Or a lot of people sent me stuff. Here's a Carpenter Ford I mentioned earlier. Okay, let's take a look at a Carpenter Ford. The Charge hood looked like the 3rd gen. I mean, the Charge, I wouldn't say it looked like the 3rd gen. Interesting that it only has 4 ways on here. And a front wheel chair lift. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I would say that the Charge looked more like the Vision, but it was just without any sort of grill on there, even a fake grill. Like, it's just, I don't know. I'd love to submit local yards, but they're all in horrible looking. I hate when that happens. It's like, sometimes I'll see pictures online, and then it's like, oh, I'm going to go look at this bus yard because they have a Thomas S1800 still in service. And then you go and look at the bus yard, and it's like behind 3 dumpsters and trees, you know, all around, so you can't see anything. And it's like, well, so much for that. But okay, different generations of buses. So we have let's see, 80 to 85 International, then a 2002 FS65. And what year is this? 2022 CE. This is really interesting here. A live stream. Yeah, I know. I know. I haven't done one in a while. I haven't put videos out in a while either, so I figured, okay, well, I better do something. Like, let's see. Well, I'm glad to have you here, Stephen. Let's see, another S1800. And then an HDX. Now a CE. Let's see. What next? Another Thomas S1800 FS65 to CE, just like we did with the first one. And the last one that was put in there was S1800 to CE to CE. Interesting. That's really cool. I like that. Let's see. Oops. Let's see. Chris also sent this. What do we have? All right, we've got Vision. Nice. We've got a lot of Visions and a CE and a T3RE. Nice. And then kind of the same thing there. Same thing. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Let's see. Okay, and then on this one, what do we have here? Okay. Most of our local yards are made up of Visions and C2s, so it's not a huge loss. Well, still. Okay, what did... One Shorty CE and one C2 from Jordan, Minnesota. The CE has a manual door and has a Maxport 7. The C2 is a basic Cummins full-sized. Manual door on a CE. Look at that. You can see the little thing right there. It pushes the doors out. Oh wait, that's the top of the dash. Never mind. I'm crazy. Thoughts on North Carolina buses? I don't care for the specs. And then on top of that, once you've seen one North Carolina bus, you've seen them all. That's just me. So. Yeah, that's why I don't care for some um, states where it's like all of them are the same. It's just then you don't get to see the different variations that districts make. Let's see. There we go. Adam sent this, which is a 2023 ICRE, first light stop sign. Looked to have LED headlights up too. How about first student? Yeah, first student's a joke. AC unit, under storage. These are really nice. Yeah, the ICREs are fantastic. And we even have a front camera up there. Look at that. That must be handy. But yeah, ICREs are really nice to drive. As much as I wish they would have been updated to be more modern, it just kind of worked, you know, the old design. So, yep. 21B is doing pretty good. That's good to hear. Whatever happened with Laidlaw, it got sold to First Student. So, now you know how First Student's doing. So. And then he also sent let's see if it loads. Adam just sent this as well. Some green powered beasts. These buses. Yeah. Oh, these are recent. This is from a couple days ago. I see. We were just talking about this last night. Yeah, the green powers. Look at the tail lights. Like, how do you mess this up? Yeah, there was a third gen CE from First Student that had mixed matched warning lights just like this. Or that were wrong. Yeah, why is green power so weird? It's just a green power overall and EVT. You know what? We should look and see if EVT has an updated factory view. They're just weird buses, and they're so much bigger in person. Like, they look tall, but they're just so much taller than you expect them to be. What are the ICRE? They should have upped. Oh, let's see. Why don't they just do solid black around the warning? I don't know. Like, it never made any sense. Like, yeah, Adam, that's exactly what they did on that third gen C that I was just talking about. Yeah, I don't care for yellow around the warning lights, but this doesn't look right either. Like, I don't know. All right, let's see if we can find EVT's factory. EVT vehicle. Where were they made? Alabama, I think. Oh, huh, interesting. They moved the EVT factory to Houston, or they're trying to. Oh man, we're gonna have to. Yeah, next time I go there, I'm gonna I'm gonna have to stop by their factory. Okay, let's see if we can find. Let's see. EVT. What's the full name called? EVTV. That's what it. TV. Is this it? No. All hail the StarCraft app. No. No. That's funny. That's funny. Alright, we found the EVT plant in Houston. But the last update is June 2022, so we're not going to be seeing anything there. Or maybe it was Oklahoma. Maybe that's where they were making them. Arkansas? Let's see. Yeah, there it is. Okay, let's see. It was Arkansas. July 2022. Okay, so nothing there either, unfortunately. Or maybe we can look at the old Green Power Factory. Let's see, what was that town called? It was over in... It's over towards here. Is it like middle of nowhere, California? And it was right next to an airport, too. No, it wasn't that. Let's see. Submitted some more? Okay, we'll take a look in just a second. What was this? What was this place called? Does anyone know what the old where Green Power used to be before they moved to West Virginia? Because I don't remember. And I can't find it. But I'm willing to bet that they have something. Yeah, go for it, Steven. Gotta... Let's see. Green Power... California... Porterville, that's what it was. Let's see. Alright, let's see if we can find this lot. Not the lot, the, So there was the airport. Was this the airport? Yeah, it was right here. This is where it was. Yeah, there they are right there. March 2025. Yeah, because I came here and they were all like piled right here. 2021, 2019. There they are. Yeah, and when I went... When I went, they were... So all you couldn't really see anything. They didn't have anything like over here or over here. But they had... Oh, that looks like a BYD, almost. Oh, we should look there, too. But they had all the buses over here in this corner, and they were all like stacked on top of each other. But they were also had that Type A, the Nano Beast, initial prototype sitting out there. But you just couldn't get any good pictures because everything was just blocked in and covered. And then on top of that, this is a sheriff's office right here too. So like I wasn't really comfortable getting out and taking pictures right in front of the sheriff's office. So, yeah. There it was. Okay, where was this other? It was Lancaster. That's where they have the BYD factory. It's somewhere up here. There it is. Alright, let's see what we can find here. So we're talking about jokes of buses we can get here. Alright, so at the BYD factory we have a Bluebird. That looks to be maybe a Starcraft. We have some of the... Like, these things are so weird. See, this is 2024 as well. Okay, I will take a look at the... I'll take a look at everything here in a second, see what you all have sent. See, I don't think we're going to get anything 2022, so I think 2024 is going to be our only option. And the next time I'm in California, I'm going to have to stop here too. Because there's some weird stuff going on at this place. Like, some weird buses here. Like, why would you order this? I don't know. Oh yeah, they call it Ride now. My bad. So sorry. Yeah, that's weird. They're very, very odd buses. Alright, let's see what y'all have sent since then. Let's see. Over here. Got... This is Ross Transportation. It's the Bluebird dealer for Oklahoma. Okay. Let's see what we can find here. How long have I been? 3 hours. Goodness. Love how there's a BYD Type A model now. No one's gonna buy it. No one's gonna buy it. No one wants anything to do with the BYDs. That's the ugliest Type A. That's currently being made. Otherwise, it's the Starcraft Dodge. Let's see. Let's go back further. Let's see. G5's mid-bus right there. Yes, of course, Adam. Interesting. Of course, gotta love the Thomas at the Bluebird dealer. Got an A3 here. Air horns too. That's a nice bus. BYD bus looks like a Matchbox. Yes, it does. Not a very well-designed bus, in my opinion. But that's just me. Let's see, we got another lot here. Oops, Alter, the link you sent doesn't work. Oh wait, oh, you sent two. Never mind. I just copied it all. Okay. Alright, what do we have here? We have some C's and FS65. It's two sides of the yard, highway and road. Okay, perfect. FS65, we'll set over to the road then, see if we can get something a little bit better. Now I don't know where it was, so where's the highway? Where's out there? Vision, CEs, C2s, pretty typical. Is Transtech still around? I'm pretty sure they are. I don't know. I don't really follow Type A's as closely, but I don't think I've heard Transtech go out of business. I don't think. So, wow, no Corbays in this yard. Unless I'm missing them. Thomas B800. Oh, there they are. There are the Corbays. Another B800. Nice. Alright, let's see. We also got this other link. Oh, that's just the other side of the road. I see. And then Chris sent this. I guess this is something for sale. Oh my gosh, this is exactly like a bus that I used to ride. Like, this is the same exact spec as when I lived in Maryland. Like, this is... It didn't have dual stop signs. Looks like it's the updated EF. Oh, these buses came out of Maryland. That makes sense. Let's see. Sold over 50 of these. They look great with aluminum rims. Check out rust-free frame picks, tinted windows, 6.7 Cummins, 2500. This is like exactly the same spec. The numbers are different. Let's see. Yeah, this isn't... We had the older style EF. I can't tell where that's from, though. Like, if they hadn't painted over it, I would love to see if this is the same place. That's crazy. Yeah, that brings back a lot of memories. Maryland requires that you have the warning light controls on the right side of the driver. So they're over here. Parking brake right here. Never seen an EF with a streamer? Yeah, they exist. We had them. They were nice. Really nice buses. And that's partially why I'm a Thomas person, is because of riding on EFs just like this one. Alright, let's see. Eric sent a couple things too. Alright, let's see. We've got TC2000. Nice. DK. Can't beat that. DK GMC. Let's see, I assume that's another TC right there. I'm gonna assume that's another TC. And probably another TC. So I think that's... Yeah, 14, so that's the same bus. Oops. Yeah, so 14, that's the TC. And then that's also the same bus. And there it is again. So, let's see. Can you find any international bluebirds in Ohio's southwestern city schools? They might not have had them. I don't know, though. Let's see. Wow, I'm still live. Yeah, I know. Like, I looked over, like, 10 minutes ago, and I'm like, 3 hours? Like, like, what? What am I still doing here? Alright, Steven sent these pictures. Some, 2026 visions. Or not 2026, hold on. Let me read the description here. 2025 propanes. Yeah, because the 26 would have had the updated headlights. So 2025 propanes. And then this is the retired line here. So C2, Vision, A3, Vision, C2s, ICFE. I love that style of ICFE. Really do. I'm a bit obsessed with bus 14. Some people have those buses they just really, really like. Alright, let's see. Oh, we still have that one pulled up. Alright, see you, Adam. I'll be around. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stream for, but... Alright, did 81... Nope. Get you all on the flip side. My favorite bus is the HDX. Yeah, as a driver, I don't really care for the HDX. I think it was a very poorly designed bus. The driver's area is just no bueno to me. And it's just... I never really liked driving them. So, I've tried a couple times. I've specifically requested to be put in HDXs so I can, like, you know, try it out again. But, let's see. Okay. Let's see what we can find. I don't even know where we are, but we're going to find some buses here. 24, absolutely not. I did an 8-hour stream years ago. I'm sure it's still up. And it was... it was... Yeah. I think I've looked at this lot before. I think I've done a video on this lot, actually. Where are we? Missouri. Just sub to me? Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My favorite is the EFX. I've ridden many. I have not ridden an EFX before. We don't really have EFXs around here. Let's see. Mine's the TC, obviously. Have we ever looked in the Grand Rapids area? I'm sure I have. But yeah, we can look there. Let's see. Alright, let's go look in Grand Rapids. Let's see, where is that? Grand Rapids. We're gonna go right here. See what we can find. Wyoming Public Schools Bus Garage. Perfect. Now the question is, nope, not gonna be able to see that. Okay. Oh, we should be able to see this. Nope, never mind. Okay, where else can we look? Look up here. What gen is the Vision in now? Some people say, like, we're in, like, the 7th gen Vision. Some people say we're in the 6th gen Vision. Some people say you're in the 3rd gen Vision. Depends on who you talk to, but there are a couple of very clear iterations of Visions to me. So you obviously have the 1st gen Vision. Very distinctive styling. Then you have the 2nd gen Vision, which runs from 08 to 2014. And then they started making a couple changes here and there. But the way to discern is that the logo on the grill was bigger than it was before. But it's not like a major change. So it's kind of like a 2.5. But then you start getting into more recently where they've changed the warning lights and the steering wheel. So, like, would you call a 2025 Vision different than a 2026 Vision in terms of generations? It's kind of up to the person you're talking to. I don't think there are more than maybe 4 generations. But I don't know. Because it's like you have these style of warning lights. You have this style of warning lights. Let's see if they have the stupid looking plastic ones here. Nope, I guess they don't. I've always said that provisions, or I've always thought that provisions, it makes more sense instead of, because Bluebird does a good job of keeping their buses, like, making small changes over time instead of like one big change like what they did with the CE, is that they should be like 0.1, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 3.4, you know, whatever. I think that makes more sense in terms of what we call them, as compared to saying a 7th generation Vision, just because it has different headlights now. You know. What gen is the C2 in? I guess you could say with the evolved C2 that it was its 3rd gen, because kind of the same reasons with that one. It's not really big differences here. But some people call the 1st gen CE or C2. I think they made those up to 07 is when they, before they made the change. But the way to tell on that one is they had column shifters instead of T shifters, and they also had these reverse lights were pretty much half of what they are now. And then they updated it to this style. Okay, you know, that's fine. But you know, changing the shifter and making the reverse lights full, again, it's not really like a huge thing. But then you have the evolved C2, which came out, or which is starting to go into production and starting to be out on the road, where they've updated the driver's interior with the more current Freightliner interior. And while there aren't as many exterior changes, there are still little minute details like the grille and the headlights, you know, that make it, you're able to tell, okay, that's an evolved C2. I think that the CE has the best example of clear generations, or even All Americans, really good examples. So you have the A3, you have the D3, you have the T3, you have the 90s All American, you have the 80s All American, you have the 1st gen CE, 2nd gen, 3rd gen. You are able to tell those so easily. But yeah, once you start getting into kind of some of the other ones, it's a little bit harder, and answers are going to vary. The EF, same thing. I think the EF, so you have the EFX2, you have the EFX, so those are 2 generations right there. But then you get into the 90s, so you have the All-Star EF, you have the normal EF, you have the EF that ran from 07 to 2011 when the EFX2, or when the EFX came out. So like the difference between an All-Star EF and a normal EF is, I believe the All-Stars were meant to be, I think those were supposed to be the cheaper versions of the EFs, or were those the handy versions? I think they were supposed to be the cheaper versions. I don't remember off the top of my mind. But it's like, you look at them, and really the only difference between an All-Star EF and a normal EF is where they put the logo in the grille. Like, that's it. That's the only way you can tell the difference between the two. Yeah, you'd say the grille. Yeah, exactly. So, like, they updated the grille. They might have made some other changes here and there, but everything just depends on who you talk to and what their opinion is. The EF, the other one right here, like, you have different iterations of the grille. And also, look at this EFX, or is that an HDX? I don't know, whatever it is. White roof, tinted windows, black window posts, that's sharp. Yeah, so you have like these are international FEs. I don't know if they have any. So like, I think this is also another. It's a bit of a stretch because you're running different companies, different names, but Amtrak Genesis. Then you had Amtrak FEs, which were essentially these. International FEs, ICFEs, and all the different variations of those, even though there weren't too many. Need to create like a guide or something. Am I the only one that calls the 80s All-American the A1? Yeah, I can't say I've ever heard that before. I've always called them the 80s All-American. Although I do think that as a community, we should come up with a name for an agreeable name for 90s All-Americans, 80s All-Americans, because the D3 and the T3 and the A3, those have to do with body numbers. But I don't think there were ever any like designation in the body number on the 80s or 90s All-Americans. So, but then even with the 80s All-Americans, look at this, it's still labeled as Laidlaw. Even with the 80s All-Americans, you can you got to be careful with that because those are also pretty much the same thing as 70s All-Americans. See, oh, there they are, way down there. With the EFX2, the grille, headlights, turn signals, and front bumper remains the same. No changes to them. Yeah, it's just the body that changed, and that's a pretty big change for it. But otherwise, it's the same thing. Let's see. First student. Oh, this might be able to see some decent stuff here. Looks like it's a decent enough place to get some shots here. Cornhusker International dealer. All right, we can do that. Haven't heard of that dealer before. Some 3800s. Oh, we're in Illinois now. 3800 CEs. Got some C2s now. Lincoln, Nebraska. All right. Let's see. We'll look that up. All right. We'll copy the link here. Let's take a look here. Yeah, call the A2s or 90s A2s. Yeah, that makes sense. Absolutely gorgeous looking 3rd gen CE right here. I would prefer white roof, but under storage, tinted windows, black window posts, streamer, cowl mounted turn signals, striped bumper, crossing gate, LEDs. Probably dual stop signs on here too. Dual stop signs, under storage on both sides. Yep, that's a good bus right there. And a shorty. Oop. So what do we do here? All right, let's go back. Ooh, ER, interesting. CE. CEs, go to 2021 date, 2021. Ooh, those are sharp. Let's see, Vision C2 CE. Let's come over here and look at that a little bit better. Little safety view panel in there. Oh, that's your Vision. Oh, that's so cool. I've been trying to find my Vision on Street View too, but I have yet to do so. Let's see. There we go. Cowl turn signals. I think I called these other ones cowl turn signals, but fender turn signals. White roof, streamer, tinted windows, black window post. There's a microbird as well. Let's see. Oh, there it is. I see the microbird. There she is. Let's see. What's this bus right here? Right there. Let's see if we can see what that is. Oh, it's yours too? That's cool. That's really neat. Let's see. Old Thomas. International. Take a look at that international logo. Take a look at how rusted this poor bus. Huh. I've never seen that before. That's really interesting. I'm going to have to save that. It's still up for sale. Huh. 3rd gen is almost perfect. I'd add a white roof and chrome grille if possible. Yeah, I agree. Let's see, EFX2 is going to have LEDs. Yeah, I believe they're standard on there. Let's see. I'm looking at buses from East Allen County schools on Flickr, particularly the 2019 and 20 C2s. I'm quite surprised to see them with incandescent lighting on them. Yeah. I would be too. What else does Lincoln have? Oops. What am I doing here? Come on. See if we can find some of their lots. Lincoln Public Schools. There we go. Come on. Huh. I don't know what I was expecting Nebraska buses to look like. I don't really look in Nebraska. I totally should. Alright, here we go, over here. This is interesting. Alright, we've got ICRE, MVP ERs, HDX, ICRE, MVP ER. Or no, these aren't MVPs. These are regular ERs. My bad. Sorry. Let's see. Regular ERs. Also, do y'all like the yellow around the headlights on these ERs? Or the black? I think black looks better on some, but yellow looks better on others. Just depends. Also, 2025, they're still running those ERs? It's crazy. What do they have back here? Lots of ERs. MVP ER. You like the yellow? Let's see. Thomas 3800s. Visions. Didn't the MVP ER have issues with the engine or something? I'm not quite sure on that. However, the MVP ERs compared to the regular ERs were supposed to be the cheaper version, so I would not be surprised if they did. Let's see, Midwest bus sales in El Reno, Oklahoma. Let's see if we can find that here. There we go. Throw that on here. Midwest. All right, what do we got here? Colorful C2. Lots of C2s, Minnow Tour. Do the other side also, okay. Let's see, CE, HDX back there. Let's see. Oh, I guess that's when they were building it. And back here, lots and lots of C2s. If you've never seen a C2, come here. Oh, here we go. Evolved C2 right here. You can tell by the updated grill. See if we can get a better shot of that. There it is. So, evolved C2, updated headlights compared to the standard C2. Alright, let's see, what else do we got here? Pretty much the same stuff. Referring to the Lincoln. Oh, I must have missed how wide the lettering was on that. But yeah, you know, I've seen some places do like very, very unnecessarily wide, either like side lettering or lettering up top, and there's no point to it other than just doing it, I guess. So, all right, let's see, California lot. Okay, yeah, let's take a look. I am all for a California lot. Oops. Let's see if I can. Yeah, we should be able to see some good stuff here. What do we got? I'm guessing HDXs, TCRE. Okay, ERs, ER, 4 ways right there. Nice. Hopefully we'll see some supers in here. Yep, there's a super right back there. These 80s ERs, I love these. Let's see, another super, more of these 80s ERs. There was a special bus there in September 2012. Okay, let's see if we can find that. And yes, I know there's another side to the lot. I'm just looking at this one first. Let's see. ERs, HDXs, supers, TCREs. Let's see. September 2012. Ooh, I think I found it. I think this is it right here. Tandem axle ER. I think that's the one. Oh, if that's the one, that's a really nice one right there. Oh man, I wish they still made those. Tandem axle HDX. That'd be something. That'd be really fun to drive. Alright, let's see. Let's come over here a little bit. See what. Thomas S1800. Some more S1800s. Another super over here. Yeah, see, this is why I like looking at California lots. There's always some hidden gems in there. TCREs. Let's see. Let's see if we can get over to the side here. We're on this street. Come on. Lots of HDXs, of course. HDXs. Let me guess. HDXs. That exists? Yeah. ERs. Yeah, for sure. Bus driver 10, welcome to the stream. Ooh. Okay, so we have some Thomas Internationals, S1800s. I assume this is also an International, but a Carpenter. This is an older super coach. We can tell that because the turn signals are up here instead of down here, and we have the dual stacked headlights. So that's really interesting to still see in 2012. Let's see if we can see what that was. And I'm also trying to see, that might be a tandem axle, but I can't tell. So yeah, that's definitely a Carpenter S1800. Would love to be able to see if this is tandem or not, because it... No, it's not. Okay, never mind. I got my hopes too high there for a second. Yeah, this is a really good lot. And let's see, we'll go 2007. Hey Kevin, welcome to the stream. So yeah, and some more S1800s. Always gotta love looking here. I feel like I might have driven through that town before. Fort Wayne Community Schools, they got rid of all their South Transportation Center, and all that's left is in North. Alright, let's see, we'll take a look there. Alright, looks like this one might be a little harder to see some stuff in, unless we can go down that road. And we can't, so this might be a little tricky to see some stuff. EFs, some minnow tours, maybe they're my buses. Yeah, my bus right there. Let's see. Starcraft. Red Lion bus. Red Lion, Pennsylvania acquired some third gens. Nice. Glad to see that they're out. See, EFX says that's probably what this other one was. T3RE, EFX is all the way down. Yeah, my bus was a company that Thomas owned. Well, they technically manufactured under. It's like basically my bus was they manufactured activity type A's under the Thomas name or under the Thomas body, but then just branded them as my bus. And that's the my bus logo right back there. Because it was two very specific colors. It was like red and purple or something. Let's see if we can find it. Oh, well, I guess you can still order them. Yeah, red and purple. Let's see. Yeah, so that's basically all of my buses. It's just a minnow tour with a different name thrown on top. So those are my buses, but not mine. Flaming Dino, I'm doing well. Thanks for stopping by. There's also a first student lot in Merced. Let's see. September 2015 Street View. They still had a lot of bluebirds. Let's see. September 2015. A lot of bluebirds. Yeah, kind of hard to tell, but those look like T3s. Pretty much all the way down. Probably some A3s. Yeah, you can throw a lot in. I don't know how much longer I'm going to be streaming, though, because I'm almost at 4 hours. And, yeah. Let's see. Where's it? Why am I doing that? Then we'll take a look. Let's see. First student. And don't really see how. Here they are. So yeah, these are probably going to be pretty hard to see too. Haha, get it? C2. Let's see. Also, that new first student logo that they did a couple years ago. Stupid. We have... C2s, CE, Collins. So it's probably all probably gonna be pretty much the same stuff. C2, Collins, some sort of Bluebird. A sea of C's, huh? Let's see, we have an older Collins right there. Right there. And then they're all back there. An abandoned Carpenter 3800 at one of my local bowling alleys. Let's see. Has been sitting there idle since 2015. Man, that's a long time. Let's see. What's this one up here? The one featured in one of your pictures video. Landon, hello. Ooh, starting off strong right here. Super Coach. That's nice. And then it looks like it's just probably going to be HDXs, some ERs. Let's see if we can tell from the back what they are. ERs, 1, 2, 3, 4 HDXs, some ERs, and a Super. Let's see what else we can do. See what else we got. Pretty much the same stuff. Ooh, here we go. What's down here? Interesting. Okay, we have another ER. We have a Thomas S1800. Probably that same Super. And a Gillig. Nice. So I imagine this 2007 is probably going to have some more classic Cali buses. Super right there. We stopped at Bird Bus Sales in West Virginia. Nice. Alright. We have... There they are. No bueno on this on this taillight setup. What'd you miss? Lots of buses. I don't know. There's this video will be public after, so yeah, I think I saw something back here. I guess not. Oh, that's what I saw. HDX. When did Cali start doing 8-ways? That would have been sometime in the 90s. I'm not sure the exact year, but 90s for sure. Let's see. Grandville Schools Transportation. Okay. Over in Michigan, apparently. Northside ISD has some new CEs. Nice. Let's see. Uh-oh, we might not be able to see anything here. I think the trees are going to block this one. Kind of. CEs. CEs. Lots of CEs. Lots of CEs. Cloverleaf Bus Garage. Okay. See if we can see anything else here. First gen CE. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see, but maybe. Oops. CE. Why do school buses have 8-ways anyways? So that people know to slow down and stop completely. It's the same reason that traffic lights have yellow lights and red lights. So. Oh, you know what? This, no, never mind, I have not. I was gonna say I think I've been to this one in the Cloverleaf bus garage, but I have not. It just looks kind of similarly set up. Okay, what do we have here? Some Visions. Got a G5 in the back. If you can look at one of Northside's bus stations, there's 5. Yeah, we'll look. We'll pull one up. I feel like I've looked at 1 or 2 of them before. I think. Let's see. Oh man, we can't get any other views than this. Main Road has more dates. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to see much from there. Looks like everything's kind of blocked off. Yeah, I can't see anything there. Unless we go over here. Yeah, you kind of make some stuff out. Just a bad angle. Visions, yellow door frames. I prefer the black. Let's see. Thoughts on the schoolie culture? Kind of depends. Because I would rather see a bus like repurposed in that way than to get it crushed. But then on the other hand, people start tearing them apart completely and raising the roof an unnecessary amount, or like tear out the seats and then call it quits. You know. Let's see. Alright, look at one of Northside's here. See which one we're gonna find. We're gonna look at this one over here. Never mind, we're not gonna be able to see anything over there. I think I've looked at that one before. Trying to see if there's any good ones that I know for sure. I won't be able to see anything there. Probably not there. Okay, so this one. We'll take a look at this one. And we have some buses lined up over here, so that should mean that these are old buses. Yeah, some CV200s, one without a hood, but I assume is also another CV200. Visions, first-gen Visions, or CV200s. I'll see if we go back a little further if there's anything. Let's see. There they are, the CV200s just all lined up. First-gen CE, second-gen CE. I wish that we had more CV200s around my area when we were living in Texas, in Houston. Katy ISD. No, it wasn't Katy. Or maybe it was Katy. Katy ISD or some other district a little bit south of us had CV200s. Oh, Tomball had CV200s actually. But I never really saw them out and about. Like, I'd see them here and there, but just not as often as I would have liked to. Let's see. Baldwinsville lot. Okay. Let's see if we can find that one. There's an abandoned Ford B800 at a tow truck lot near me. Nice. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Found this. Come on. Come on. Please work. Let's see. I thought the one second gen CE without a grill was a third gen. Oh, nope. All right. It says should be somewhere over here. Here we go. New York bus. Blackout, of course. Welcome back. Thank you. I'm glad to be back. I've been wanting to do videos for quite a while, and I just haven't had the time. So I figured today would be a good day to do something to try and get back. Yeah, I don't really care for blackout either. I think it works on a very few buses. Like for example, this FS65 I think works fine, only because it has the yellow roof. I think A3 FEs, specifically FEs, work fine in blackout. I don't know why, but no on the REs. But otherwise, I'm just used to having like black rub rails and black around the warning lights. I just, you know. And then we also have first gen CE up here. So, and some shorty CEs too. Advice for a recent high school graduate that wants to be a bus driver: do it. It's a lot of fun. It is a lot of work. Let's see. I'm trying to find this other part of the lot. I think there should be some more over here. Uh-oh. Little school buses. If you're not sure about if you want to do it or not, then become an aide, and that might get you a little bit more of a feel as to whether or not you want to drive. So I really like it. I like going out on field trips, and I get to spend a lot of time in my bus. Yeah, so definitely do it. It's a lot of fun, but it is a lot of work. I will say that. All right, let's see. There it is. First gen CE. To be honest, I'd be a transportation director too. Yeah, I would. That'd be a lot of fun. So, oh, we can see more stuff back here. Let's see, more CEs, C2s. Oh, maybe they have their garage open for a couple of these. Nope, I guess not. What is blackout? So blackout means that there is no black on the bus. So normally you would have, or like in some places, you would have black around the warning lights. You would have black rub rails, yellow roof. But on this bus, or these buses, that is absent. So there's no black in areas that are normally not yellow. So North Carolina is, they do have the black rub rails, but I also kind of consider it blackout because it's a little more yellow than what I personally prefer. But yeah, so blackout is usually yellow roof, yellow rub rails, yellow around the warning lights. This is a perfect example of blackout. I work for Baldwinsville as an attendant at the moment, and I love it, planning on moving up to a driver. Well, that's great. North Carolina doesn't do black rub rails? What am I thinking of then? I don't know. I've been doing this too long, apparently. I also don't really focus on North Carolina buses, but I don't know why I thought they did. But yeah, like I was saying, definitely drive. So, what's my favorite bus to drive? My bus. I'm in a 2018 CNG Vision. Or well, I was in a 2018 CNG Vision. I'm going to be dispatching this next year, so I think I'm going to have to give up my bus, but still get to drive here and there. So that's my favorite bus to drive, is just my bus. Visions in particular, I'm, as much as I am a Thomas enthusiast, I am a Bluebird driver. So I like the Visions. I like the T3s. They're really nice. So, let's see. 2181 Prairie Parkway. Let's see. Hopefully that pulls something up. Yes, it does. When I was in middle school, I rode a Collins Ford operated by Reliance Student Transportation back home. Nice. Wyoming Public Schools. We might not be able to see anything there. I don't think we're going to be able to. Also, look how long. I assume this is the entrance for the bus garage, so maybe we might be able to see a bus here. Yeah, so that's the entrance for the bus garage. That's a long ways back. Long ways back. And it doesn't look like there's... I think that's the only... Let's see. Last field trip I went on was Kennedy Space Center in Florida. My sophomore year, we rode a 2018 transit liner. And back, we had ACs and watched a movie on them. It was so nice. I just saw... I should have saved this one, too. It was a... It was some sort of Thomas. I don't remember what it was, but it was a normal school bus. It wasn't decked out or anything. But this guy was selling it, and he had DVD players built into the ceiling. And I'm like, that's crazy. Like, just a normal school bus. Yeah. So, what do I think about the 3rd Gen CE? Yeah, I'm all for it. CNG Vision? Yeah. CNG Vision, there were not a lot of CNG Visions made, so I was very happy to be put in that specific bus because it's kind of a harder bus to find. And since then, I've been able to find more CNG Visions. There's some in Texas, a couple in Florida. Ohio has a handful. It's a very acquired taste, I guess, because CNG is just not too common. The one thing I dislike about it is the fuel mileage. I can go about 200-ish is where I feel comfortable. 200 miles on a full tank, and yeah. So, but yeah, some of those like the Gilligan city buses, where you might have a little more time to fill up, or not run as long of routes, I guess might work better. But for me, I would have to go and fill up every day. So, I'm active again. Did I win the lottery? Well, shoot, if you won the lottery, split it with me for being active again. Yeah, no, like I've mentioned this here and there. I just haven't really had too much time to do YouTube, and I want to get back into doing videos. I just haven't really had the time. So I figured this might be a good way to. I don't know when the next time I'm going to be able to post something is. So I figured I might as well come on here for a couple hours and talk to y'all and show off some stuff. So, yeah. My district has propane visions and CEs. Nice. Barberton City Schools in Ohio just recently got 2026 electric T3 REs. Nice, nice. 2023, I went on a field trip to the Air and Space Museum in DC, and we rode a double-decker Van Hool that was playing various episodes from Bluey. I used to live in Maryland. You know what? Let's go over and look at some Maryland buses. I used to live in Maryland over in that area, and the amount of times we went to that museum, I would love to go back now just to see what it, see it in my eyes now. Let's see, first student, let's see, oh, here, this might be okay. This might be something. Oh, well, there's a C2 all the way up there. So much for that. It's my favorite video game bus. Yeah, I don't think I really have one. Tried to find you a good lot with variety, but came back empty-handed. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Actually, I know Delaware has... Okay, I know I've shown this one off on video, but I recognize the name. This, one of these, somewhere around here was a lot that had really good variety. Let's see. And then I pull it up in their old visions, with the exception of a first-gen vision. But I think it was this one. I don't know, but these are nice buses. Bluebird 3800, International 3800. Well, actually, check this out. So this is an aftermarket hood, or not an aftermarket, but like a replacement hood. That shouldn't have that hood on there. And then an SBCV, and also interesting, here we have individual warning light covers on this SBCV, not dual warning light covers. Let's see, can we do Lawton, Oklahoma? Yeah, we can pull that up in a second. Jay, welcome to the stream. My favorite video game bus is ROR. You can't get better than that. I see Roblox has some good ones, but I don't play Roblox and can't even figure out the controls. Yeah, I mean, I haven't opened up that stuff in forever. I never played Roblox, so I couldn't tell you any of the controls or anything about any of their buses, but it was somewhere around here that had a really good lot. And I remember thinking, like, oh, you know what? This one, I know for sure this one did. I don't remember what made it so good, but I remember really liking this specific lot. Okay, we have some A3s, Visions. There was something here that I really liked about this lot. Visions. Oh, look at that little mailbox. 3800s. I mean, the chrome rims on here are nice. These are nice spec buses. It's got to be here. Okay. Maybe I'm going crazy. I remember looking at this lot, finding a specific bus. Bluebird 3800's jackknife doors, CB200's jackknife doors. These are sharp buses. Like for Delaware, would you have put your money on Delaware having as nice of buses as they are? Maybe that's all it was. Maybe that's why I liked this bus. Or this lot. Another A3. Jackknife door. Air horn, under storage, chrome rims. The individual warning light covers I don't care for on Bluebirds. That's just me. Let's see. Mailbox might be the TC2. No, it's not the TC mailbox. The TC mailbox is all yellow. This one is, it looks like they just painted it on there. Oh, you know what? Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, because there is a Bluebird logo on there. That very well could be the TC mailbox. Let's see if we can... Because I was thinking that too for a second. But then I just kind of glanced at it and I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I don't think so. But yeah, you might be right on that one. Let's see. All right, we're going to go to Lawton, Oklahoma. All right. Let's see. Let's find some buses here. All right. If I were to own a bus, what would it be? So my requirement for owning one is that it has to be unique. There's two things. It has to be unique in some way, shape, or form, and that can be anything. That can be having an unusual engine like a DT530 or 408. That can be having really odd specs, or like a bus that was not like really popular, or something like overhead storage or rainbow seats, or something that just makes it unique, or an 80s All-American. And if I can find one that meets both of those requirements, then I'm good. I think Vermont specs are basically Canada specs. Yeah, that makes sense. I think a lot of New England specs are more or less the same. Let's see. Why did IC discontinue the RE? So there are a couple reasons. First off, declining sales. There's a carpenter back here. But declining sales is the main one, and that's partially due to them never updating the ICRE. I will say that I have driven some ICREs, and while I have said in the past I think they do need to be redesigned, I was okay with the design that they had in there, although it could have been better and more updated. Although, like I said, it was fine. But then on top of that, with the redesign of the CE, they bumped that up. So there was no need. They bumped up the passenger size, so there was no need for them to have two different buses whenever they could make CEs quicker, all on the same line, instead of having to make, two CEs and an RE, then three CEs and four REs or something. So it's makes the production a little bit quicker. So. Let's see. When did IC discontinue the FE? Yeah, 2010. Yep. And then, again, that was more or less the same thing. Type D sales have really been slowly decreasing over time. But Bluebird and Thomas have a much better grip on that market than IC did. And I think that that Bluebird has the best Type Ds on the market right now. Well, not that there's much of a choice, but... Oh, it might have been 2011, yeah, because I guess there were 2012 FEs. One of those years. They might have announced it in 2010 and then stopped production in 2012 or 2011. I don't know. I don't remember the exact dates, but it was right around that area. I see you should bring back the AE. Yeah, I've mentioned this a couple times. I don't think that's going to happen because all you need to do is just order a shorty Type C, and that's it. IC was charging too much money for the AE because look at that bus. That's really sharp with the chrome grille. They were charging too much money for the AE because it was a fully integrated bus as opposed to either of these, a Ford or a Chevy chassis, and then you're also kind of paying for the IC name. So, what's the oldest bus in the district? We have 2012, I think. Let's see. You want me to send the Chickasha bus lot one? We can. I know we're in the area, so we can probably find that. Let's see if I can find it in the first place. I just saw it, and I was going to mention. Oh, there it is. I was just going to say. Or wait, did I already look here? Oh, I already looked here. Then yeah, if you can find it, sure. They should bring back the BE, but just the third gen with small wheels. Let's see. That's essentially all the BE was, so. Maybe they're right back here. Nope. Let's see. Yeah, the oldest bus I've driven for our district is one of our CEs. The oldest bus I've ever driven would be, let's see, 87. That's a 90. Yeah, so probably an 87. Are electric buses any good? So that's really going to depend on who you ask. Electrification, I see electrification as the future, but it's not something that's going to happen just like that. It's going to take a lot of work, and you see that in stuff like alternative fuel buses. Let's see. Oh, perfect. Thank you. You see that in alternative fuel buses. For example, my bus. Not my bus, the company we were talking about earlier, but the bus I drive. 200 miles and fueling up every single day is kind of a pain in the butt. They are much environmentally cleaner, but we need to figure out how to get the proper infrastructure to the areas that are going to get electric buses. So, for example, LAUSD, they have the money to do that. So they're able to get the electric buses, get the T3s, get the Visions, the Lions, the Julies, you know, whatever buses they want to get. And they're able to run those, especially on the smaller routes, because, you know, you have, I don't know how many buses they have, but thousands of buses at least. They're able to make smaller routes and not necessarily run those as long. But then you have areas like here, middle of nowhere. If they buy an electric bus, it's going to be a lot harder for them to implement it because they might not necessarily have the proper infrastructure at their yard right here. So then they need the money to do that. Then they need service technicians if the bus breaks down because, you know, if you have a broken bus, you might not be able to get it to Oklahoma City or well, I guess Tulsa would probably be the place that they bring it because the IC factory's there. Anyways, aside the point, electric buses are the future, but it is a very slow process and cannot be rushed, because if it gets rushed, it's going to be more and more frowned upon, and then it just won't happen. So I have nothing against diesel buses. I've driven plenty of diesel buses. I've driven the gas buses, you know, whatever. Yeah. All right. I see might as well remove the electric option for the 3rd gen CE since literally no districts are getting any electric CEs. Where did I see was getting electric CEs? Oh, duh, Sci-Fair. I remember Sci-Fair got some electric CEs, I think last year. So, and they're one of IC's biggest customers. So, let's see. Bluebird is the only company left to offer alternative fuels. Everything else is just diesel or electric. Yeah. Yeah. And I can appreciate that about Bluebird is that they want to have the option. So it's a little bit of variety. So I went there this month. They have the Lion D now. Not sure where you're talking about, but oh, well, I guess you're talking about LAUSD since I mentioned that. I went there last year and saw one of the first ones they had gotten. I know they have a bunch more now, but I went to one of their lots kind of downtown, and there was one sitting back there next to a super coach, and it was so cool. So picked up a Jeep Patriot now, but I could never afford a Tesla. Yeah, as he got rid of their gas, CE and Thomas got rid of their gas and propane powered C2s. Bluebird still offers manual doors, but I don't know about any other companies. I don't know if Bluebird still offers manual doors or not. Let's see. Oh, Chickashaw has a Lion D. Interesting. Huh. This video of a 2026 Vision with a manual door. Stand corrected. Cypher did because of it. You know what? I did do a video on that. I forgot about that. Does Bluebird use their own chassis for their buses, or do they use another manufacturer's chassis? They use their own, which makes them unique in that sense. Here are the buses. There they are. What do we have? Midbus. Let's see, some Bluebirds. What if Tesla came out with a... Man, yeah, that's... Well, you know what? If I did a video... I don't know when I did it, but it was something to do, like... Or something called, like... Or autonomous buses of the future. I think that's what I called it. And I talked about that in there. If Tesla made a bus. So, you might check that out. Let's see. Alright, Grand Rapids. Alright, oh perfect, this should be a good lot. Should be able to see some stuff here. Yeah, the cyber bus, yeah. Alright. Oh no, we can't see anything here. Well, so much for that. Alright guys, I think I'm going to call it quits here, because I've been doing this 4.5 hours. This was a lot longer than what I thought I was going to do, so... maybe I will try and stream again. If I do, it's going to be over a weekend, but I'll try and put out videos as often as I can. Forgive me if it's not as often as it has been in the past, but... yeah. So, I'll also scan those brochures, upload those to Flickr. Yeah, so I do need to upload to Flickr soon. At some point in the past, like 6 months, I haven't uploaded up there. But yeah, thank you all for hanging out with me for a couple hours. If you missed any part of the stream, it'll be uploaded again at some point, so you can skip around and, you know, look at whatever you want to on the stream. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And yeah, hopefully we'll do this again soon, and I'll post some videos whenever I can, so... Alright, okay, I don't really know how to end this. So, yeah guys, thanks for watching, and I'll see you when I see you.